Okay.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for April 8th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Act, Privacy FOIP 1. Call the meeting to order at 9:02. We have an agenda before us, looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We have several adoption of meeting minutes. First one is the special meeting of March 24th. Any errors or omissions on now those minutes? Not looking for a motion to adopt this, Mr. Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? And it's carried. Moving on to the regular council meeting of March 25th. Any errors or omissions on those? Not, again, looking for a motion to accept those minutes. Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? Carried. Moving on then to the March 27th special council meeting minutes. Any errors or omissions on those? If not, looking for a motion to carry. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Oh, yes, go ahead. Councillor Melloff, sorry.
Thank you, Eve. I was not in attendance. Right. Am I still eligible to vote? I just don't want to breach protocol on that.
I believe so.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm. I reviewed it online, but yeah, that's not the same as being there. So just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Okay. I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott.
Good morning. I did have that same question, but yeah, in regrets, I was not in attendance, but the meeting minutes do reflect that we were not in attendance. So.
Okay. You're still on. I'll call the question then. All those in favor of adopting the special council meeting minutes of March 27th? And that motion's carried as well. Super. Now we're moving on to 4.1, which is our public hearing for Bylaw 25/001, application 22/24 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call this public hearing to order at 9:04, and I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. The chairman will take breaks within the hearing at their discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone present and whom's in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. But before we turn it over for the background report, let's just take a moment to do introductions, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the council for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Ward 7, Councillor and Reeve Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Hello, Barbara Gibson, Councillor. Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Morning. Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Okay, it's on.
Good morning, Jacob Lasurf, applicant for subdivision.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Mr. Conley, if you could please outline the background of this application.
Thank you, Reeve. Darcy Howes currently holds title to Northeast 1038 of 6, containing 152 acres. The subject land is located approximately 15 kilometers southeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House and is just east of the Arbutus Road, adjacent to Township Road 38-2. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 5 acres from the Ag District to the CRA District. The subject land is described by the applicant as flat land, being a mix of bare land in the northerly portion, and the southerly portion can be described as lower lying, heavily treed land. The applicant has indicated that they use the quarter section for hayland and would like to sell a residential parcel from the quarter section for family. The proposed parcel can be described as flat land with clusters of trees, and access can be achieved off Range Road 6-2. The balance of the quarter section would remain under its current designation, being the agriculture district. There is a first parcel out along the northerly boundary northwest of the proposed parcel. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a rectangle-shaped undeveloped parcel situated in the east central portion of the quarter section. The size complies with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw and is considered the second parcel, third title out from the quarter section, complying with MDP policy 10.2.2. The MDP does not require the second parcel, third title to be a developed site for council to consider the application. The proposal can achieve legal and physical access off a county-maintained road, and the remainder can achieve legal and physical access as well. After reviewing this application, it is anticipated that the proposal will pose minimal impacts on existing operations in the area. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicants will make application to subdivide the 5-acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on February 25th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/001. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, on the county website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25/001. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite council if they have any questions for the development officer at this time. Seeing none, I will now ask Mr. Conley to present any comments received from referral agencies.
Alberta Transportation had no comments as it is greater than 300 meters from the highway. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned applications for a second parcel out for 5 acres undeveloped has been received by our office. This land will be redesignated from the agriculture district to the CRA district. Alberta Health Services recommends consideration of the following items be made in order to ensure that the development of this property does not create a nuisance as defined in the Public Health Act. The setback distances outlined in section 15(1) and 2, the NGS regs must be met, and these include no person shall locate a water well within 10 meters of a watertight septic tank, 15 meters of a weeping tile field, 30 meters of a leaching cesspool, 50 meters of sewage effluent on a ground surface, and 100 meters of a sewage lagoon. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure had no objections. Public Works Operations had no objections. However, at the time of subdivision, an approach will need to be constructed to county standards for the proposal. Fortis Alberta had no concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission recommends that council favorably consider application 22/24. Their reasoning was that it meets policy and it has been moved away from the original location with the abandoned well. And there was no comments received from any interest on title.
Okay, thank you. I'll now ask the applicant if you wish to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
No comments directly about any of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Now I will ask any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
None were received.
Thank you. At this time, I'll now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Any member wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. So we are now at the final remarks, and I now invite the applicant to present any final remarks before I close the hearing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it matters if you guys care why we want the section of land or not, but just my wife and I grew up on an acreage, and I have 3 girls, and it's my grandpa's old quarter, and I kind of wanted to keep part of it. Just raise the kids on an acreage like I grew up, but that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:13, and no motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on then, we'll go to consideration of second and third reading, 5.1. And I'll go again to Mr. Conley to open it up, please.
The purpose of 25/001 sorry, I had the wrong
That's just
item.
fine.
The purpose of bylaw number 25/001 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 5 acres known as Northeast 1038 of 6 from the Ag District to the CRA District. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 25/001 for application 22/24 to amend the land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll open it up for discussion or motions in regards to grant second or third readings. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I first have a question for the applicant. Are you actively involved in farming this border at this time?
I'm not, no. I believe it's rented out.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I would then make the motion that the council grant second reading to bylaw 25/001
Thank
to
you.
amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in regards to second reading? I will be voting in favor. I believe that every piece of property is unique, and this is bringing a young family into our area, which will fill seats into our school and participate in our recreation programs, which is part of building community. So I'll be supporting this second reading. Councillor Northcott.
Good morning again, everybody. I think there were many comments actually from the public when the municipal development plan was drafted for the 2023 MDP. And 78% of the respondents were not in favor of the third parcel out. But I do have one question just for the applicant. If you own the whole quarter, the reason why would your daughters not be able to live on the quarter without subdividing? Or?
The quarter is owned by my uncle, and he has the acreage out of it. Currently, it's just over 7 acres.
Okay.
My grandma sold it to him, the rest of the quarter to him when my grandpa passed away. And he's wanting to keep it separate because he doesn't know if he can afford to keep the quarter as a whole. It's costing him a lot in interest every month. So this way I could get a part of it. Like I wouldn't be able to buy the quarter from him and afford to build a residence on it, so.
Okay. I just often see reasoning for estate planning and for family members and stuff like that, but I just wonder about in the future for current acreage owners, how do they estate plan? Like if they have 5 acres or a 3 acre parcel, how do they estate plan or subdivide a 3 acre parcel? just because it's a bigger agricultural property, it doesn't allow the same rules for everybody that has a quarter section of land.
And you're correct, and as mentioned many times, it's called property rights, and people are allowed to do what they would like for their property, and I believe in succession planning in the future. That's really at this point in time, we're looking at the application as is. I can't predict the future. I don't have a magic bulb thing, but I understand where the questions could arise, so. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just in response to that, I know that there's been lots of resistance regarding, to say that property rights. What about the solar project? I know it's a little bit off topic, but there's been lots of resistance regarding the solar project, and that was on privately held land.
That's a project. Okay, second reading is on the floor. And see no other comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Cermak, thank you. Go ahead.
At this time, I would, council consider granting third reading to bylaw number 25/001.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much, and good luck with your acreage. Okay. So it's just past 9:15, and we have another public hearing. And the applicants could please join us. Yeah. Scoot your chair up. Perfect. So I'll call this public meeting to order at 9:19. Again, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before the background report, let's do introductions once again, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Council for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Ward 7, Councillor and Rave, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor.
Good morning, and welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Hello to you all. It's Barbara Gibson, Councillor. Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Good morning, Eric O'Regan, owner of RMS, Rocky Mountain Salvage.
Good morning, Corey Kosher, Rocky Mountain Salvage, area manager.
Good morning, Bob Hagsma, representing Rocky Mountain Salvage, and I'm with High Country Surveys.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Mr. Conley, could you please outline the background of this application?
Rocky Mountain Salvage currently holds title to Plan 0520308, Block 1, Lot 1, containing 65.78 acres. The subject land is located approximately 2.89 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House, adjacent to Highway 11A. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 16.97 acres from the agriculture district to the industrial district for the operation of an industrial salvage and recycling business. If approval is granted for the land use amendment, the applicants will be required to apply for development approval. The subject property cannot be further subdivided unless an area structure plan or an outline plan is adopted by council. The subject land is located within the Rocky Clearwater IDP in the rural policy area. The town of Rocky Mountain House was sent referrals for this application. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the operation of Rocky Mountain Salvage as an industrial salvage and recycling operation. As per section 7.2.6 of the MDP, council should consider whether or not this site is a suitable location for an isolated industrial site. The subject property is adjacent to Highway 11A and access is achieved by way of an approach off Range Road 7-5, or commonly known as National Historic Site Road. Due to the nature of this site, it would be appropriate for council to consider 11.2.4 of the MDP to ensure that the applicant is proactive in mitigating the impacts of noise and visual impacts on adjacent landowners and traffic. Additionally, council should consider MDP policy 14.2.6 to ensure the subject property is suitable for the proposed use. The proposal would be considered an isolated industrial parcel outside of a business park, which is permitted at the discretion of council. The proposal complies with the size requirements of the land use bylaw as it exceeds the minimum requirement. Should the land use amendment be successful, the applicant is required to obtain development approval for the operation of the business and the construction of any development on the property. At the regular council meeting held on February 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25/015. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, on the county website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 25/015. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, does council have any questions for Mr. Conley? Seeing none. Mr. Conley, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Alberta Transportation offered the following comments. Pursuant to section 618.31 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan if applicable. Pursuant to 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connection to the highway system. The applicant is advised that any development within the highway right-of-way or within 300 meters beyond the limit of a controlled highway or within 800 meters from the center point of an intersection would require a permit from Transportation and Economic Corridors. This requirement is outlined in the Highways Development and Protection Regulation. The subject property is within the noted permit area, and as such, any development requires said permit. To ensure that any future highway expansion plans are not unduly compromised, minimum setbacks would be identified and stipulated as a condition of approval such that an adequate buffer would be maintained alongside the highway and any other highway-related issues could be appropriately addressed. Alberta Health Services sent in their standard comment that NGS regs must be met. Altalink Management, no comments received. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objection. Municipal Planning Commission recommends that the council favorably consider Land Use 425 while considering an environmental study. The reasons are that the land is essentially sterile for agriculture activities and there is other industrial activity in the area. Public Works Infrastructure has no objection. Public Works Operation has no objection. The existing approach meets county standards. Fire services, the fire safety codes officers have no opposition to the land use amendment application. They recommend that the owner responsibly comply with all National Fire Code. The following sections of the National Fire Code highlighted based on intended use described in the application should be section 2.8, emergency planning, section 3.2, indoor storage, and section 3.3, outdoor storage. If the National Building Code or National Fire Code require water supply for firefighting for outdoor storage, future development or future buildings, it would be the responsibility of the property owner to develop and install private water services. Fortis Alberta had no concerns. TELUS had no concerns. The town of Rocky Mountain House has reviewed the application and relevant information. The town would like to confirm that it does not have any immediate concerns regarding the land use amendment. However, they would like to highlight the importance of thorough screening to mitigate any potential or unforeseen impacts on the proposed industrial site adjacent to the adjacent Rocky Mountain House National Historic Site, an important historical retreat that is significant to the regional visitor economy. Screening should be implemented as a precautionary measure to ensure that any negative consequences are minimized, and there was no comments received from any interest on title.
Thank you. I'll now at this time ask the applicant if you'd like to speak to the proposal and any comments in support of the request and respond to agency comments.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. This area is being proposed as a storage area for bins. Right now, RM Salvage has a number of bins at mostly oil field sites throughout the county. They want to expand here and get more into some corporate and residential type of collection and recycling. They do steel, like metal recycling, not garbage or anything like that, right? Or
We do commercial garbage, not residential.
oh, okay, yeah. But this area is not intended to be a scrap yard where they dump uncontrolled scrap. It'll only be bins that are brought in and then processed. That means sorting and some cutting to the proper lengths for the clients that they'll be shipping this to, then loading it on B trains and taking it out. They're not planning to use rail access or anything like that. This land is gently sloping to the northeast, as we realized, water all drains that way. And there's a fair amount of land here, so they can have their operation, have a screening of trees, and then it's proposed to build a retention pond at the very northeast corner of the property. It's not planned to have any hazardous material on site or collect hazardous material, but just in case, it's good to have settling before it leaves the property and goes on the way that it has historically gone. There'll be a little bit of fill put in because right now there's some tall trees there and some willows and that sort of thing. So they want to make a pad so they can work properly, and also build a berm all along the highway and along the north-south access road, the road allowance, and screen it so that when you go by, you basically can't even see what they're doing in there, both for aesthetics and for theft prevention. I noticed in one of the letters, and that'll come up later, there was a photo of the site at Hinton, and Eric was telling me this morning, he says, I wish they showed the one in Edson, because that's the one that we planned. The Hinton one's been there for ages and just kind of developed. And this is going to be another planned situation, but not planned, as I say, as a junkyard or metal yard or whatever you want to call it. It'll be just bins coming in, metal being sorted, put back into other containers. There's going to be nothing sitting on the ground, that sort of thing. I feel, you know, driving into the historic park today, this land's been sitting in its natural state ever since I moved here in 1979 and can remember that. It doesn't look particularly nice right now. It's just scrub brush and a little bit of lowland and that sort of thing. And their intent is to make it look a lot nicer and actually improve the entrance to the park by doing this. And did you have some things to say? We talked about your business plan and
we would like to, first of all, get it into industrial. Whether or not we use it even as bin storage, but we would like to get it transferred into industrial so we could use it as storage for equipment or possibly lease it out in the future to somebody that needs it, or just to make it land that is maybe more valuable to us too.
Okay, any other comments? Not, I'm going to keep on going. We'll have another opportunity. So with that, thank you very much for your comments. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
None were received.
Thank you. Now at this time, I'll ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Please press the mic on and state your name and organization, if any.
Good morning, Council. Andy Smith here, resident in the area since 1949. My father bought the place. I'm still on it. My son is the adjacent quarter, which is northeast of 2139-7, west of the 5th. He is in deep concern about basically water drainage, because a lot of that water drains right down through our place, or his place, and concurrently into my quarter and then into the river. I'm on northeast of 21. So his concern is any contaminants or water, anything that could come along. But basically I farm the land too, so there is that concern. And he's prepared here a 15-page report. He did a study of all the land. I don't suppose I got time to go through it, but some of the highlights, he's shown here the lay of the land, the water trail, the water flow through the land, and as you can see, it comes down through. Get out of my way here. It comes
Mr.
down
Smith?
through, and then under the railroad tracks. Oh, you've got it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Under the railroad tracks, and through down around that bush, and then below my house, and then into the river. That is one of our concerns. I didn't get a letter, but I'm representing him, so appreciate that. Thank you. And you have all this report, do you?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then he has put all the things in there, and the reasons for his objections, as you can read up there. He's done he's an earthworks consultant, so he understands all what has to go on when he's building leases and stuff like that. So that's where his experience come in. Quite surprisingly, he's done a good report. Even his dad will admit it. So, yeah, but he's not a kid anymore, so that's why. Anyway, you folks have all this good, and his last comment is, I strongly object to the LUA of 0425 due to concerns about drainage and the cross-contamination of surface and groundwater. This could lead to potential contamination of water wells affecting nearby residents, as well as runoff pollution. in northeast of 2139-7. The application states that no hazardous materials will be stored on site. However, this claim is simply inaccurate, as some level of contamination is inevitable with this type of business. Additionally, I urge the county to consider the impact of placing this business next to the National Historic Park. Visitors, both Canadian and international, will pass by this site, affecting the visual appeal of the area as they travel to the park. Rather than go through all of the details, I guess you have it all there. I will conclude my presentation, and thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
I will now ask anyone to speak in opposition. Please step forward, state your name and organization, if any.
Hi, my name is Bob Kreutzer. I live in Northeast 1839-75, which is southwest of the existing application. My biggest concern is well water. I know my neighbor's having problems with it, but we'll just leave it at that. And I don't want any problems with mine. I've lived there since '74, and consequently, I have concerns. That's the end of my bitch, but thank you.
Thank you.
Not bad for a pair of 81-year-olds, eh?
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this application? Please identify yourself.
Hi. So did you say you do read letters out? So my long, lengthy one from...
We received it by email.
Yeah.
But if you'd like to read, you're more than welcome.
No, I won't read it, but I'm Lori LaRose. Welcome, and thank you for having me speak. I have some great concerns because of the National Historic Park. Actually, one comment that you made about ugliness, nice. I do know that the National Historic Park, I grew up in Rocky and I have lived across the road with the bison. Little concern about the animal situation and the noise and that mess. That's a great picture you have against it. Which also addresses, so I don't have any real plans, I'm just listening, but there was a thing that there was going to be no subdivision, and the fellow literally said he'd like to lease it out in the future. How does that go against the subdivision? He's planning on leasing it out to heavy vehicles. Heavy vehicles bring in all sorts of runoff, I'm sure. So all the cleanliness that they're talking about, which then the other question I have that I'd like you to address is, what protocols into the future? It's all good and lovely here, beautiful, lovely, lovely storage units, but then what? And what patrols that down the road once it's granted? So concerned. I did farm. We used to farm on behalf of the National Historic Park, the fields that are adjacent to the National Historic Park to get hay. That was fabulous. They stopped us doing that because they want it all to be natural. So that's why it looks the way it does. Is the fields that I once farmed are all trees now, which is what the National Historic Park and the National Parks Canada is looking for. They have a whole situation. So I'm really hoping the National Parks is here. But anyways, so, and yes, there's a big lengthy letter and there's several letters that this just doesn't go in tune with. I believe with oil going down, tourism going up, this is, quite frankly, it's ludicrous. Sorry, hon. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
One more thing, and you did talk about the highways and byways. This is a place that actually has lots of activities and lots. I don't know how your big trucks that you're going to be doing. They have RCMP out there regulating the roads. How is he addressing that as well? Because there's going to be definite times where there's First Nations activities out there. There's like Canada. And like the other fellow said, absolutely, this is an international site that people come to. So, yeah, sorry, roadways was important.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Final call, any person wishing to speak in opposition? Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
There was 5 different letters I received. I sent them all last week. Would you like me to read them?
Yes, or just read the names, please.
Just the names. I received letters from Alan and Donna Zenert, a PowerPoint presentation from James and Lai Smith, which was discussed, a letter from Corey Mamer, a letter from Ray and Peggy Borley, and a letter from Parks Canada.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe? You're allowed to ask questions at any point in time,
Yes.
so.
All right, thank you, Reeve. You mentioned a settling pond in the northeast corner. Can you elaborate on that a bit, if you don't mind?
Sure thing. What a settling pond does is it's generally dry. If there's unusual rainfall amount, then the water would run into that and be held back from dispersing itself down the ditch. And that would give any contaminants, dirt, oil, whatever in the water, not that we expect oil, but anything in the water would have a chance to settle down to the bottom of that before the clean runoff escapes the property.
Okay, I think the oil floats, so this would be a created
Yes.
pond with a liner?
Yeah.
Everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be really deep. The property's not big enough to require a deep pond, you know. I would guess maybe, and this is my guess because I'm not a hydro engineer, but about a meter maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for now.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. As per 4.2.4, protection of wetlands, Mr. Connolly, at Municipal Planning Commission, you had said that you sent a referral to environment and protected areas. Did they get back to you with regards to the wetland status of that property?
I have not heard from them yet.
No? Okay, and there's nothing on our reports or anything like that to state that it's a registered licensed wetland? Like, we toured the site, which was extremely valuable. Municipal Planning Commission gets to tour, and there is things like cattails and willows, et cetera, on that property, very much indicating what could be a very wetland-like area. So that's why I was curious what Environment and Parks had to say. 7.2.3, we typically try to direct all development into already prescribed industrial areas. So I'm curious, for the applicant, what was your reason for selecting this instead of one of the already zoned and built industrial park subdivisions within our community?
I think we discussed that at first reading. It was the size of it. It was more conducive to the type of operation that they're wanting to do.
Supplementary to
Absolutely.
that. But if you weren't planning on using the whole thing, as you've indicated, you don't need the whole site. You're gonna berm and trees and make it a nicer area and a water retention or oil retention area.
Water, yeah, water retention. Yeah.
Then you wouldn't need something so large if you didn't have all those parts of it, and therefore could go into an currently already existing graded and storm managed industrial areas.
I'm not so sure that's entirely correct. No, the size of this was what made them purchase it in the first place. Well, they purchased the whole thing, but it is in 3 parts, and it can't be re-subdivided. I actually subdivided this back in 2005 from the railway lands for a fellow who bought it. His plan was to develop a gravel pit, and then he sold it to Border Paving, whose plan was to develop a gravel pit. And now RM Salvage came along, bought it, and is not planning to develop it into a gravel pit.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Could you describe more how this operation is going to work and why it's different than the Hinton one, like how it's going to be operated differently than the image we saw, I believe it was the Hinton site? You know, it's difficult to make a decision on this because the use is rather vague. And if you could also, pardon me, if you'd also give an idea of what the site is going to look like when it's in operation?
Well, we haven't got fully into our development stage of it, but it will be, we would like to have maybe cells that would be fully concrete if we need to sort metal. They would be contained, but if that's something that is not passed in the development stage, then it will just be strictly in bins. We won't be sorting any metal on the ground. The Hinton one is like a grandfathered one in. It's always actually looked worse than that when we took over 8 years ago. So we've improved that. We built one in Edson with proper cells, cement in the cells where we do sort our metal. So this is all depending on how this goes as far as the development. We don't have a set plan. If we have opposition in our development, then we have plans of sorting elsewhere.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I have a question pertaining to this containment pond that you're gonna build in East End. And you said you're gonna release this water back out into the ditch or whatever to go back into the North Saskatchewan River. What kind of testing are you gonna do before you do any of these releases so that we know that this water is compatible to go into the North Saskatchewan, or are you planning on trucking it all out to a deep well?
The testing and that sort of thing would be addressed at the development permit stage. But generally, these retention ponds don't require testing. Every oil lease that's ever built has a situation like this where there's a berm where the water just can't escape onto the farmer's field. It's got to be filtered through something and or settle and run through a small pipe. I've done several of these like that, and nobody's ever required testing on it. But we can certainly address that at the development permit stage.
Okay, that's great, because that's one thing that I would want, is that I would want this water test before it's released. You don't know what kind of contaminants could be in it. And the other question I got is, how many employees would be on this location?
There would be around 2 at the location, as well as a truck driver for the area to begin with.
So this area where you're doing this transfer from one bin to another bin, that would be on a cement pad or on gravel or in a containment pad or what?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it would be in some sort of containment pad, preferably cement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other further questions from council? Looking to council, I've asked Mr. Conley to just read out the names of the letters submitted in opposition. Did you wish to have them read out, or were reading them up by email was fine? By email was fine, or did you want them read out? Pardon me? Email was fine?
Good for me.
Okay, I just.
Maybe not for the public.
I believe they are available. So, are these letters?
Yeah, because oh, I thought they were. I can read them then, so that.
Okay, I just want to ensure that there's an opportunity for the public to have this. So if you want to summarize or go through them, that would be great. Sorry to backtrack there.
That's okay.
And you will still have the last word, so we haven't got there yet.
I received a letter from Corey Mamer. He appreciates the opportunity to be able to comment on this matter. He's been aware and keenly interested since it was first reported in the Mountaineer. The Rocky Mountain House National Historic Site is next to the proposed rezoning. This site is the main tourist attraction for the area. It is the primary attraction that brings people in from all over the world to this area and allows them the opportunity to further explore the natural wonder we are blessed to have in our own backyard. A further cursory desktop review of the National Historic Site in Alberta shows no development of the kind contemplated in your letter anywhere next to the historic sites. This forward thinking and common sense precedent set by other municipal counties in Alberta should be followed by Clearwater County. Tourism is touted in numerous forums as being the key growth industry for this region. It is incongruent that we would consider an amendment to zoning that would jeopardize this key tourism location. In addition to tourism, there are cultural and heritage impacts. The whole area likely contains historical artifacts and archaeological significance. The Government of Alberta's website already notes that this area has historic resources that may require avoidance. If this zoning and project is allowed to occur, this history will be lost to posterity. Has there been or will there be any archaeological studies to figure out if there are artifacts of cultural significance? In addition to misalignment of future economic growth and diminishment of our most important tourism site and the real potential of cultural and heritage impacts, there are other issues that I don't feel have been addressed. I'm concerned that if the land is rezoned, then any future development can happen undebated, even if the current development is somehow considered suitable because of the required conditions. How are future projects reviewed for suitability and adherence, not only the potential conditions placed on this development, but also the spirit of those conditions? There are agricultural operations around the site, some of which have animals such as bison at the historic park. Do the proponents of the bylaw change have experience in neighboring with these kinds of agricultural operations? Do they understand the impact their operations have or could have on surrounding agriculture? As neighbors, we are also concerned about the aesthetics, particularly noise and visual impacts. What conditions are going to be imposed to minimize these impacts? The land in question is a wetland, and much of the runoff from this land makes its way to the North Saskatchewan River. Will there be a study and report on the impact of not only construction, but the presence of potentially hazardous material and metals? The proposed rezoning and development is less than 17 acres. It is wet and located next to the historic site. There are significant tourism, cultural, and archaeological impacts. The land and water runoff affect the North Saskatchewan River. There are residences and agricultural operations with large animals nearby. This is a small piece of wetland with relatively small economic benefit for the community compared to the large negative impacts. Thus, the rezoning is incongruent to both current and future desired outcomes for this region. The next letter I received was from Parks Canada on behalf of the historic site. On behalf of the Rocky Mountain House National Historic Site and our regional partners, we respectfully request that the proposal to amend Land Use Bylaw 714/01 to redesignate 16.97 acres from the Ag District to the Industrial District for the operation of an industrial salvage business not be supported for the following reasons. Impact the sense of arrival. This proposed development is located adjacent to the entrance road of the National Historic Site property and in close proximity to the site's visitor center. The industrial nature of a salvage yard would alter the surrounding area's visual appeal, which plays a vital role in shaping a visitor's first impression and sense of welcome to the National Historic Site. The visual impact could reduce the historical and natural appeal that makes this site special and unique for history and culture-based tourism. Ancient, historic, and current use of the landscape by Indigenous peoples. Indigenous campsites have been uncovered during development work along the northern fence line of the site. The proposed location for the salvage operations could have high potential to contain previously unrecorded archaeological sites. Furthermore, the site is frequently used for Indigenous ceremony, traditional teachings, and truth and reconciliation-based activities. The partner signatories to this letter have expressed concern about the potential for increased levels of noise, dust, and airborne contaminants to negatively impact the community and land-based cultural activities. Train and road access. The presence of trains making an additional stop in the same vicinity will cause longer delays for accessing the site and increase the road safety hazard of traffic tailbacks onto Highway 11A. Currently, the train stops daily to fill at the Canline propane plant, which blocks access to the visitor center for 10 to 20 minutes. Rocky Mountain House National Historic Site and Parks Canada views Clearwater County as a longtime collaborator and strong supporter of the National Historic Site. For years, Clearwater County has actively supported and participated in special events and programs run by the Confluence Heritage Society in partnership with Parks Canada. Parks Canada is a long-standing participant of the David Thompson Regional Tourism Group, with the National Historic Site being identified as an important contributor to growing tourism and economic development, which positions Clearwater County as a premier recreation destination. In recent years, the site collaborated with Clearwater County to test critical fiber optic communications infrastructure, which now serves for the benefit of the public throughout the county. The administration of Clearwater County routinely sees the site to hold stakeholder meetings and events. And as a matter of routine, Parks Canada works closely with Clearwater County on seasonal road maintenance. In conclusion, Rocky Mountain House National Historic Site and our long-standing partners take pride in our significant contributions to local and regional community. We welcome visitors from across Canada and internationally to experience Canadian history, heritage, and culture. We work with Indigenous communities to support land-based learning, healing, and celebrations of culture. We leverage the broad reach of Parks Canada agency to increase awareness of the many stories and experiences the site has to offer. We want to voice our concern about the potential negative impacts of increased noise and visual aesthetic impacts an industrial salvage operation could have should it be approved. Thank you for your attention to this letter. As the Parks Canada representative, I respectfully request a meeting to discuss this in person. And that came from Susan Kennard, Marge Brown, Bernie Ouellette, Mel Toratus, and Kim Ghostkeeper. The next letter came from Ray and Peggy Borley. They live across Range Road 7-5 to the south of the designated parcel, and they have objections on several points listed. Number one, the submission says it is heavily treed. There are only a few mature trees on the property, the remainder being scrub, brush, and willows. This area has a lot of lower land adjacent to it and may have lower land as well. There is no way that this operation will be hidden from the general public. Range Road 7-5 is the main access to the National Historic Park off Highway 11A, which draws many tourists, and the revenue they generate to the area. In my opinion, we should try to enhance this area and not have a junkyard as the first thing they see where the park entrance sign is. Noise factor, I can look out my front window and see the property in question. The properties are only about 50 meters apart. When they are sorting out metals using front-end loaders' heavy dumpster, I will in fact be disturbed. Possible groundwater contamination, there are several springs and creeks in the area that eventually flow to the east and south to the North Saskatchewan River. The submission indicates that there will be no storage of hazardous materials. I would suggest that depending on materials processed, vehicles, paints, used oils, etc., and anything else related to the scrap business is in fact hazardous. You should be aware that the Alberta Energy Department and Alberta Environment are in the process of analyzing water from local creeks at this time to determine if there's any contamination in them. This was brought to the attention by me. They state there's only one truck used for their operation. Again, this is the main access to the historic site, and any interference with the tourist traffic with the main highway and railroad could prove to be a hazard. Right now, the view out of my front yard is trees and railroad tracks as well as part of the park. I do not wish to have a scrap yard distorting my view. I feel that this will affect my property value. I base this on 15 years as a real estate agent in the community. The next letter is from Alan and Donna Zenert. The submission says it is heavily treed. There are only a few trees on the property, the remainder being scrub brush and willows. This area has a lot of lower land adjacent to it. Range Road 7-5 is the main access to the historic park off Highway 11A, which draws many tourists and the revenue they generate to the area. In my opinion, we should try to enhance this area. My property is located 1 mile east of the property in question. I am across the range railroad tracks from it. As I am to the east, that means I am between the river and the subject property. As all water eventually flows to the river, that is my main concern. I do not want to see any type of ground or surface water pollution. There is a culvert coming into my property from under the tracks, so this is a possibility that there is contamination. There are several springs and creeks that eventually flow to the east and south of the North Saskatchewan River. The submission indicates there will be no storage of hazardous materials. I think I read this one. They state there is only one truck used for the operation, which is at the access of the main historic site, and interference with the tourist traffic and the main highway could prove a hazard. In summation, I have been a resident of this area for close to 25 years. I think we should try to contain our industrial areas to one place if possible. There is an industrial park on the east side of town. Why not place it somewhere in that area? Tourism is a big thing for Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House. To have a scrapyard at the entrance of our National Historic Park would be nothing but detrimental. And the next I have is the PowerPoint that we kind of went over previously.
Yes. Thank you for reading those out. All right, at this time, I will now invite the applicant to present your final remarks. Go ahead, Mr. Eidsman.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. A lot of the concerns that I heard in these letters are concerns that my clients have as well. And the whole idea here is to develop this as an industrial site. If you go out of Rocky, come across the bridge, on your right is a service station and an RV repair. And then on your left is an oil field storage site. And you go a little further and TNT has their site. It's all industrial. Hang a left in that road, you're gonna end up at a gas plant, which is much, much closer to the historic part than this is. And then you go a little further down the highway, you come to the propane bullets of Canlon's. I believe it's Canlon's. And then go past this a little further and you come to Paderni's oil field laydown yard, which has a berm, but because it's much, much lower, you can see right down into there. And my clients are proposing to put a berm up that screens it, put spruce trees on top of it. So eventually, the access to the park will be much, much nicer than it is today, and more eye appealing. As for Mr. Borley's concerns, I can understand that, he lives fairly close, but the berm will reduce the noise of the operation and also screen it from his house, so he won't be able to see into what they were doing either. That seems to be the main concern. The water, yeah, I think that we've addressed that fairly well. If we leave a strip of natural trees between the retention pond and the activities, they can develop 8 or 9 acres of this and still have a real good buffer to filter anything that might flow down that way and end up in that retention pond before it goes into the ditch and clean water is released into the North Saskatchewan River. Yep.
Here's 3 bullet points I'd like to address. National Parks letter. We work closely with Jasper National Park. We clean up their landfill for them. Their pile of scrap metal is way higher than the one that was shown here in our Edson yard. We go into Jasper twice a year, clean that up, bale it, and ship it off to the end user. So we do work with Parks Canada in Jasper. Secondly, we work with the oil patch, commercial customers, farmers, acreages. We bring their metal into our facility. We prepare it, and then we ship it off to the end user. There is no contaminants, there's no oil, our customers have regulations that they have to follow, so there's no hazardous material that will come into our yard. So some of the issues that people have, we don't bring in hazardous material. No oils, nothing like that. Thirdly, the pond that we talked about, that is up and above what we should do. We want to make sure that we're good neighbors. We're doing everything that we can do to make sure that, you know, we look after our close neighbors and then downstream neighbors as well. So I just wanted to discuss those three things, and thank you for your time.
One more point about Historic Parks letter was they were talking about the trains stopping there, and there's no plans to use the railway to ship materials. That spur line ends, like the usefulness part of the spur line ends before the property line that RM Salvage owns.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your closing comments. I will now close the hearing at 10:08. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now moving on into item 5.2, which is the consideration for second and third readings for this bylaw. 25/015 for application 04/25 to amend the land use bylaw. Go ahead, Mr. Conley, with the background again.
The purpose of bylaw 25/015 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714/01 to redesignate 16.97 acres known as Plan 0520308, Block 1, Lot 1 from the Agriculture District to the Industrial District. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25/015 for application 0425 to amend the land use bylaw. At the regular council meeting held on February 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/015. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper and on the county website. Comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made, council should consider whether or not to grant second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll now open the floor to comments or motion for a second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. When was Lochern, TNT, like all of the other industrial uses along Highway 11A, built, zoned, development permits, etc.? And in your expert opinion, would those still be uses that would be granted today?
Kim might be able to answer that one.
Before my time, all of them. As to whether they are an appropriate use now or not, it's really up to, council at the time obviously thought they were fine, but I mean, whether it makes sense or not, it's on the highway, so it's a convenient location. But visually, they're not super appealing. I'm not sure. It's not an easy question to answer, yeah.
Mr. Heitzman.
I can answer that question. I did the surveying for the site that TNT is on now, and it happened after, I believe it was 2006 or 2007, that they expanded out to there.
Okay. Follow up?
Yes, thank you. When we're going through permits like this in general, and this is probably more of a process question, but to get to quantifiably understand the land, how the land will be impacted by development, oftentimes we ask for things like environmental studies, archaeological studies, traffic impact studies, noise impact studies, particularly around aggregate. And aggregate a lot of times shows up with those already in hand, because they understand their operation, they know exactly the development permit they're gonna be asking for, and they know what types of studies we're gonna ask for when we are looking to zone land. Are those things that we will be looking for here, or what are some of the suggestions that you as administration are recommending for a industrial application such as the one that's being recommended today?
I think those could all be addressed at the development permit stage. We could take it to MPC and work with them on that. But it's also up to, if council would like to recommend any of those studies today and postpone second or third reading.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. My concern is if we just wait for MPC to do it, then the land and grant the readings, the land is then zoned to that. And if the environmental and archaeological and traffic and noise studies say that this isn't appropriate land use, the land is now zoned to that. So how do you unring a bell? If we've already zoned it that, how do you unring the bell if the studies come back that it's not appropriate land use?
Yeah, based on that, it would, if council wishes, they could make the motion to include those studies today before granting, and then have it come back for second or third reading.
Okay. Any other comments or questions or a motion for second reading? Councillor Lougheed?
And understanding that process too, if it gets to the point of a development permit, then the Municipal Planning Commission can also place another level of considerations before approving a development permit. So like, although this body recommends a certain number of environmental studies or traffic impact assessments, the MPC can also place on a number of restrictions based on the feedback from the community as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for the applicant. Do you guys accept steel, like for casing bowls and decommissioned oil and gas, piping and vessels and that type of steel as well? Okay.
That's correct.
So, you know, while there are many new wells drilled in Clearwater County, there's also decommissioning of wells, and so there would be a place for that material to then go to. So I think this is a genuine application, but there's a with some of the businesses that Mr. Hagsma had identified with the other industry uses along that highway, the one thing that I find in my mind that differentiates them from this one is they're all based on natural resource development, like a gravel pit. You know, you can't really move it. That's where the resource is. The bullets that are there for the you know, they need access to rail to load that, whether it's liquefied propane or liquefied natural gases that they're shipping out of there. So again, they need that location for the development of natural resources. This place really could go anywhere. It's not restricted. I think there's a significant investment that would be needed to develop this land to be able to have year-round access during wet conditions. There's also the berms were identified that could be constructed to mitigate the view. However, those berms often would need a vegetation management plan, and often if they're not properly mowed and maintained, you'll get an abundance of Canada thistle and other unnecessary weeds and vegetation, which still don't add to any visual appeal. So I think this there's probably a need, and I think this could be a win-win. There is a need to have a recycling place in the municipality for steel. I just don't think this is the appropriate location. So that's my thoughts and comments.
Thank you. Any other councillor wishing to express their thoughts or comments at this time? If not, looking for a motion for second reading, Councillor Surmat.
Mr. Conley, if we proceed with this, do we as a council need to give you a list of what, what's the word? What conditions we need to put on this before we move forward, or does that come at a later date?
I think that comes with the development permit stage, so maybe Kim can help out. I'm not sure if council can impose conditions on a development permit that hasn't actually been applied for.
So we can't put conditions on it right now.
We can recommend.
You could they recommend?
Ms. Gill?
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky one because they haven't, right now, it's whether council feels that this type of property is appropriate as an industrial and possibly for the use that they're proposing, but as for conditions, because there's no actual application, it's kind of challenging to put anything on that. I think, you know, you could make or you could make some comments to administration about things that you might want to see on there, but I don't know that there can be, official direction based on the process, given that there's no application in front of us for decision.
Follow-up? No?
Yeah. I'm really concerned about the contaminants going off this property site because it is so wet and low that, yeah, I'm just concerned about the area and the site where it's at. I'm kind of agreeing with Councillor Northcott that I think we need this in our area. I just don't know if that is the right place for it. I think our industrial zone that we have would be better suited for it. Thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson. I'll take a bit of a leap here and I will propose a second reading on this. And I'll explain why I'm not going to support that motion. Ultimately, I look at our planning direction and more specifically the MDP. The MDP is meant to provide safeguards for our community and the applicants for land use redesignations as well. In this particular application, I'm most concerned about 7.2.6. That's some of the considerations around if this isolated location is actually required. Is there other places that would be more appropriate? Those things that have been mentioned through the public and also with the applicants with concerns around water management, those site-specific things. So in fairness, not only to the community, but to the applicant, at the development permit stage, there could be many onerous restrictions or considerations that need to go forward to mitigate those things. So I can't support this going forward, knowing that that would present many barriers going forward.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any discussion on second reading before I call the question? Go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would love to be able to say that I support this because I'm team development and I know we need something like this in our community. I agree with Councillor Northcott. I don't think this is necessarily the location to have this happen. We have industrial subdivisions, or our department would happily work with you to find something within our community that does work. I can't support it in its current location for all the reasons that have already been stated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rockcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, this is a difficult question. As Councillor Lloyd already stated, I think that it's going to be very difficult and expensive to meet the conditions to safely operate this site. I'm quite concerned that the retention pond in a wet year can be flooded and basically not be serving any purpose at that point. However, there is other industrial activity in this area, and I feel the applicants deserve an opportunity to show at the development permit stage how they are going to manage these issues. And I may find it difficult to support at the development permit stage, but as far as being an industrial parcel in an area where there is other industrial activity, I feel I need to support the motion at this time.
Okay.
But
Any other comments or questions in regards to second reading? reasons previously identified as far as area of this, the area of this parcel. I have to give a little bit more weight to something that has been there since the 1700s, which is the National Historic Park. That is a gem in our area and gem for that and the approach to that. Yes, I have understand that there is industrial further closer to the town of Rocky, but that last so many meters into an entrance is really showcases the gem in our area. As identified, we haven't heard from the government in regards to public, what that, where it lands on wetland policy. I would have loved to have heard back from the government on that. And as identified by the previous councillors in regards to the business parks that are available, not arguing the fact that it is a need, but there are other opportunities within our county for such a scrap metal place and or whatever else. I'm lost the words there for that. So I will not be supporting second reading. All right, any other comments or questions before I call the question for second reading? Seeing none, those in favor of second reading? Those opposed, second reading. And that motion is defeated. So at this time, we will not proceed through to third reading. Thank you very much for bringing in your application, and we will go from there. This time, I'm going to call it. Oh, go ahead. Yep. As far as process, you could take it offline with Mr. Conley, or if you want to address council, let's.
Just, I'm wondering if we wouldn't have said we were doing a scrapyard, as far as going to change it to industrial. Like, it seems like the biggest issue is with the scrapyard. We were thinking if we weren't at the development stage able to do the scrapyard, that's okay. We can, like you said, there is maybe better spots suited for that. But wouldn't that have been something?
That would be whatever was presented to council.
Yeah.
We've made our decision on what was presented. So there's an opportunity in a little bit of a lag time that you could come back and come back before council and present a different land use at that time. Thank you for coming in today. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and then return. Okay, and welcome back. We're in item 5.3 of the agenda, and this is for first reading for bylaw 25/032 for application 15/25 to amend the land use bylaw, and I'll turn that back over to Mr. Connolly, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Sam Quintel currently holds title to Northeast 163907 containing 113 acres. The subject property is located adjacent to the south boundary of the town of Rocky Mountain House on Highway 752. The applicant is proposing to redesignate 12.44 acres from the Agriculture District to the Country Residence Agriculture District. The 12.44 acres includes a 7-acre residential parcel, a 1.95 acre panhandle driveway, and 3.49 acres along the Clearwater River, which will be under an environmental reserve easement but be registered with the subject parcel. The proposal is within the long-term boundary as outlined in the Rocky Clearwater IDP. In June of 2024, the applicants had discussed the possibility of subdivision with administration, and at the time, the IDP did not allow for a third titled out. However, the town administration had responded saying they have no concerns with the proposal when comments were requested. The IDP has recently been amended to potentially allow for a third title out of a quarter section within the long-term plan boundary, and a referral will be sent to the town prior to a public hearing. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant intends to proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the 12.44 acre CRA parcel. The proposal is complete with a residence, garage, shop, and bunkhouse. There is an approved septic system, its treatment system, and water services. The topography can be described as relatively flat with clusters of higher and lower lying rolling land throughout the quarter section. The Clearwater River runs through the quarter section, intersecting the North Saskatchewan River in the northwest corner. The proposed environmental reserve would be located along the Clearwater River where the bank drops off to the river. Access exists off Highway 752 adjacent to the east property boundary by way of a joint approach with the neighboring property. However, a panhandle driveway is being proposed to provide legal and physical access to the proposed parcel. The remainder of the quarter section can be described as flat and rolling land. Legal and physical access has been achieved off Highway 752 adjacent to the east property boundary. The redesignation is to allow for a future subdivision of an existing residential yard site. The request for a larger parcel is to accommodate a panhandle driveway and an environmental reserve easement along the Clearwater River. A larger parcel may be considered by council to accommodate an existing farmstead, which includes a driveway as per MDP policy 10.2.4. An environmental reserve easement registered to the proposed parcel along Clearwater River complies with policy 14.2.22 through 14.2.24 of the MDP. Per policy 14.2.24, the environmental reserve shall be a minimum of 30 meters from the bank of the Clearwater River. Administration has attempted to meet that minimum while keeping the landowner's improvements on the property off of the ER. Although the request is for a larger parcel, it is not anticipated that the request will negatively impact surrounding land uses as it is an existing residence. Should the land use amendment approve, the applicant will proceed with application to create separate title, being the third title from the quarter section, which complies with MDP policy 10.2.2. It would be appropriate for council to grant first reading today and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for the background, Mr. Connolly. Are there any questions from council? We're looking for a motion to proceed to first reading. Go ahead, Councillor Miloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming that this is then 7 acres of residential, 3.49 of ER being suggested, and 1.95 panhandle. So making that total, but really only 7 acre is the actual residential portion of the property, therefore staying in line with the policy documents.
That's correct.
Thank you. I will happily grant first reading and head to a public hearing. I've had the opportunity to tour this location, in fact, and I think that it's a great location for being this close to town to ensure that we have residential available close to our urban neighbors.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions in regards to the motion to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing? Looking at the aerials, I think this is very appropriate, and looks like you have spent a lot of time in your yard and appreciate what you've done. And being so close to the river, it's I'm sure you've mitigated all that you need to mitigate in regards to flooding, et cetera. So I'll be in support of first reading. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, the easement area along there, and that doesn't restrict any access to the river there, does it? On foot traffic?
No. It's just an ER that will be attached to the proposed parcel, so they can use that to walk down to the river and go fishing if they would like. It just has to remain in its natural state.
And the property that's to the left of this property that's being subdivided, they still will have access to the river too?
If the landowners are in agreement to it, then there's no issue with that.
But if they're not in agreement to it, it could restrict that other parcel not having access to the North Saskatchewan River?
Essentially, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Quindell.
Brian, it's been like Grant McIntyre's the fellow with the 5 acres next to me.
Yeah.
And that's always been my land in front of Grant's to the river, but it's never been talked about nobody can go down there.
Oh.
People come fishing there all the time, and they park either on Quinn's access into Jimmy Quinn's field, or along the road or whatever, and they just walk. They're very polite about it, and they walk down to the mouth of where the Clearwater dumps in, and they fish there. It's never been a matter with me or Grant.
Okay, so no restrictions gonna happen then?
No.
In the near future?
No.
And I see that you have a panhandle going out right next to another driveway that's still on the same quarter.
When Chevalier's...
You just wanted it access so that you didn't have to have a road agreement with a common driveway?
When Chevalier's sold that to O'Neill's years ago, they subdivided, and Fernie moved on to the quarter, and him and Katie subdivided and sold that to Jubal Morrison. It was agreed that Katie and Fernie could use that laneway. But it is a part of the 5 acres that Grant McIntyre now owns. And it had to have been written up at the time for joint usage. And I've never checked into it, so, yeah.
So this is just to make sure that you have access to your land?
That's what it's for, Brian.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good to me, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions in regards to first reading and proceed to a public hearing? Seeing no other lights, I'll ask the question. All those in favor, first reading? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So moving on now to item 5.4, which is first reading of 25/025 for application 10/25 to amend the land use bylaw. Please, welcome. Welcome. Perhaps before we get started, we want to do introductions and get started, so go ahead.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Wahid, councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, councillor for Division 6. I'm still in the old groove. I like divisions.
Good morning, Ward 7, councillor and Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Ward 4.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Adrian Clark, Planner.
Rick Fallstar.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Clark, with the background.
Thank you, Reeve. Richard Valstar and Janice Valstar currently hold title to Plan 982-2931, Block 1, Lot 3, containing 2.28 acres located approximately half a kilometer west of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The subject land is currently designated institutional. Due to the proximity of Rocky Mountain House, the subject property falls within the rural parcel area as identified in the Clearwater County IDP. The landowners have applied to redesignate 2.28 acres from the institutional district to the country residence district located in Cliffside Estate subdivision. The property was designated institutional for the operation of a gymnastics center in 2014. The applicants are applying to amend the land use bylaw to sell the subject property. With relocation of the gymnastics center, the property is no longer used for institutional purposes. The applicants would like the lot to be used for residential purposes in the future. The subject property is developed with residence, shop, garage, and other auxiliary buildings. Access to the subject parcel is obtained from existing access off of Cliffside Trail, adjacent to the south property boundary. Surrounding land uses are recreational facility, highway development, industrial, light industrial, and residential. The attached packages provide more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. The proposed redesignation would allow for the subject parcel to be reverted back to residential use. The redesignation of the lands may make the parcel more appealing for potential purchasers and for financial and insurance reasons. Staff has reviewed the consideration of impact on adjacent lands and do not anticipate that the proposal will negatively impact surrounding land uses in the area, as the proposed subject parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment be approved, the parcel will align with MDP policy 6.2.1 and IDP policies 5.2 and 5.2.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions at this point in time? If not, looking for a motion for first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This seems just a straightforward issue here, so I will happily make the motion to grant first reading to bylaw 25/025 to amend the land use bylaw and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments or discussion in regards to this motion? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
My question is, before this parcel was zoned institutional, what was the designation on that prior? So it was, okay, so it was CR.
Yeah.
And was it subdivided after the zoning of institutional realm?
No, it was originally part of a multi-lot subdivision. Okay. All the lots within that subdivision was CR lots.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions on that? I think agree with Councillor Ratcliffe. This is pretty well straightforward, and I think this is the way to go. So I will call the question then. All those in favor of first reading, proceed to public hearing. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you, and we'll see you at the public hearing.
Yeah.
You bet. Now moving on to 5.5, which is bylaw 25/029. in regards to application 14/25. And we'll do a quick round of introductions once more.
Good to see you guys. Counselor for Ward 1, Daniel.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Counselor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Ward 7, Counselor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Good morning, Garth Copy.
Good morning, Teresa Coffey.
Thank you. And so with that, Mr. Clark, could you outline the background, please?
Thank you, Reeve. Garth and Theresa Copy currently holds title to Northwest 639-6, containing approximately 156.06 acres, located approximately 5.2 kilometers south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Due to the proximity of the town of Rocky Mountain House, the subject parcel falls within the rural policy area as identified in the Rocky to Clearwater County IDP. The landowners have applied to redesignate 8.06 acres located in the southwest corner of the quarter section from agricultural to CRA, Country Residence Agricultural District. The proposed developed 8.06 acre CRA parcel contains a residence, shop, and auxiliary buildings. The applicants have indicated that the existing services includes well and a septic lagoon system. The proposed area to be redesignated is described as flat and heavily treed with mature trees on the western portion of the proposed CRA parcel. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from existing access off of Range Road 7-0 adjacent to the west property boundary. The map indicates that a second residence and rural address is on the parcel. This has been removed as identified in the gravel pad on the survey sketch. The map will be updated to reflect the removed residence. The balance of the quarter section is predominantly clear pasture lands with pockets of partial wooded areas in the northeast and south central portions of the quarter section. An existing developed residential parcel was subdivided from the southwest portion of the quarter section. And access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from existing access off of Range Road 7-0 adjacent to the west property boundaries. The surrounding land uses in the surrounding area is agricultural with some residential and light industrial parcels. The proposed redesignation would facilitate the creation of a 8.06 acre parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists for both proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on the adjacent farming activities. I do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operation as the area being proposed will be continued to use for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2 and 10.2.10, as well as IDP policy 5.1.3 and 5.2.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for comments, questions, or a motion to go to proceed, grant first reading, proceed to public hearing. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. This is an existing residence, been in the area longer than I have. I recognize that it is slightly larger to include the shelter belt. Otherwise, well, which entirely fits within policy. So I will make the motion to grant first reading to bylaw 25/029 to amend the land use bylaw and proceed to public hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Comments, questions, Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Is it just a error on our data system that there's two residents on the south and the one being proposed?
Yes, our residence was there, but it has been removed.
Okay, so it's just an error showing that there's two there. I just didn't want to potentially be creating a property that isn't compliant.
Yes.
Thank you. I will be supporting the first motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Again, I believe that each piece of property is unique, and I appreciate the fact that this is an existing yard site, and I think there's an opportunity there for, and I realize the location of this as well, so I can understand that it's gonna be a busier road at some point in time too, so I will be supporting first reading. Any more comments or questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion's carried. Thank you, and we'll see you at the public hearing. All right, moving on to 5.6, which is first reading of bylaw 25/029, application number 14/25 to amend the land use bylaw. Or did I say that again? Sorry. Bylaw 25/028 for application 11/25. We will do introductions, please. So start again.
Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Ward 1.
Welcome back. It's nice to have you here today. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Good morning. Great to see you back in Chamber Council. Dwight. Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Division 7 or Ward 7, Councillor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Heather Thompson, I'm here to support my cousin Dwight.
Yeah, and Dwight Oliver, owner of the subject property.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Bisson, if you don't mind outlining the background, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. Dwight, Lauren, and Michael Oliver currently hold title to the Southwest 23/36/6 west of the 5th, containing 152.27 acres. The subject land is located directly northeast of the hamlet of Caroline Boundary. Dwight Oliver has made application on behalf of all of the landowners to redesignate 14.14 acres located in the northern portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 14.14 acre CRA parcel. The proposed undeveloped 14.14 acre parcel is described as being cleared, relatively flat land. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable parcel size. However, the parcel is created by a natural seasonal drainage channel that fragments the proposed parcel from the remainder of the quarter. The natural drainage channel would be redesignated or would be registered as environmental reserve easement, encompassing approximately 6 acres of the proposed parcel, thereby leaving 8.14 acres of developable land within the proposed parcel. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 6-2, adjacent to the west property boundary. The remainder of the quarter section is relatively flat agricultural land. There is a cluster of trees in the southwest corner, along with a shelter belt row following the southeast and west property boundaries. There is a developed subdivision taken out of the west central portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter will be obtained from a proposed new access off Range Road 6-2, adjacent to the west property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off a naturally fragmented parcel. This will allow the applicants to sell the proposed parcel that cannot be farmed due to lack of access. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicants are here to speak to the proposal. As we look at policy considerations, the one that I'd maybe focus on here for council is policy 10.2.4, which deals with the number of permitted parcels as well as the size of those parcels. And of course, the size for an undeveloped parcel can be between 2.25 and 5 acres in size. However, if it encompasses existing residential amenities such as shelter belts, or if it's to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation, a larger parcel can be considered by council. So as we go into policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 14.14 acre residential parcel in the northern portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder exists, and there is plenty of room to construct new access into the balance of the quarter. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Policy 10.2.4b states that a larger parcel can be deemed necessary to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. So it is our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-028 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Looking at council, or any comments or questions for the applicant or Mr. Bisson, or else looking for a motion to grant first reading? Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Could you clarify where the access is to this parcel? It looks like it has to cross that environmental reserve part.
That is correct. The access to the proposed parcel will be from the existing lease road that's located directly in the northwest corner of the quarter section there. It will be a panhandle. It's the applicant's intent to cross the fragmenting feature with the panhandle access, which would be registered and constructed prior to the subdivision proceeding, which is when the environmental reserve would be registered on the proposed parcel.
Okay, thank you. I have one more.
Yes.
What's the rationale to include this drainage ditch with the acreage instead of leaving it with the quarter section?
That was just simply what the applicant had applied for. It made sense for us to include that because it does provide essentially a shelter belt to the proposed parcel as well.
Okay, right. It's just that without that, it would be within policy of 7 acres maximum. So
it actually would fall outside of policy no matter what. I believe without the environmental reserve easement, it's still about an 8.25 acre parcel.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, or a motion to proceed to first reading, or to grant first reading? Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. To open up discussion, I'll make the motion for first reading. I struggle with this just because it is a little bit outside of, it is outside of policy, but I think it's also important that we recognize the difference in topography that is Clearwater County. The little boxes all over the municipality is not necessarily in fitting with what our actual land looks like and how it's used. So I think it's important that we consider that and go to the public and ask them what they think. On this application as well. That's why we have the ability to be on a case-by-case application.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. I know myself, I've happened to have been a member at large on MPC when I did tour this at one point in time back in the day. So I've had feet on the ground, so to speak, so I understand where this design is coming from. I agree about the seasonal creek that's been identified, knowing that if you were going to build in there, you'd want to have some sort of protection from the south end of that quarter for, you know, for privacy, et cetera. So I can understand why that environmental reserve will be taken. So I would be in support of first reading. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, first reading. And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in, and we'll see you at the public hearing. Thank you. Okay, so now we are moving on to item 5.7, which is the consideration of first reading for the 2025 tax rate bylaw 033. Ms. Serhan.
Good morning, Council. So before I get into the item, I just wanted to make note that this is a little earlier than we typically bring this item to Council, and for that reason, we have actually not received the requisition from Westview Lodge yet, so we've just put in what the requisition was last year and updating it for the second reading. Really, it is what it is. When we get it from there, there's no decision to be made on that requisition. So, yeah, we're just waiting for that. The reason we're trying to get this bylaw approved is that we would like to have the notices in the mail by May 15th. We've just heard that the Canada Post is in discussions starting again, I think May 20th or something like that, May 22nd. So we just want to make sure that these tax notices are in the mail and out to stakeholders, ratepayers before those talks start up again. So let's get into the background of this item. So in accordance with Part 10, Sections 326 through 343 of the Municipal Government Act, administration has prepared the first draft of the annual tax rate bylaw for the tax year, typo there, 2025. Never know what year I'm living in with year end. And this bylaw encompasses 4 requisitions. So the first one is the provincial school tax requisition. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time here and talk about the increase of the rate plus the increase of the overall dollars being requisitioned. So the overall dollars being requisitioned has increased $2,616,395, or 12% over the 2024 requisition. This is due to the increase in the equalized assessment base from 2022 to 2023. Again, the equalized base is after all appeals have been heard and all decisions on those appeals. So it's those assessments are firm. So that is why the province uses that equalized number, which is from the year prior to the year we're actually in. So combined with a tax rate increase from the provincial government. However, the assessment base has increased again in 2024. So there is a larger pie to allocate the school requisition to, especially in that non-residential class. The actual rate change on the current assessment base is an increase on residential by 15.3%, and that's not of the overall tax rate, that's just on the school requisition portion. And non-residential ratepayers see a decrease of 5%. And again, that is because the properties that the requisition is actually being divided into is the 2024 assessment base, which includes the assessment base that the tax holiday has now been over for those properties. However, that tax holiday is still being applied to that equalized base in 2023. So it's not included in the overall amount when school requisition is being portioned out to each municipality, but Clearwater County is able to spread those tax dollars over onto those properties that the holiday is now over on. So the equalized assessment for non-residential will increase substantially next year, with the assessment base for the tax holiday being added to that pie in 2025. So then when the provincial government next year is calculating which municipality pays which portion, Clearwater County's portion is going to increase because of that increased assessment base in that equalized assessment. And the non-residential ratepayers will see a substantial increase in the requisition at that time. So that's for the 2026 school requisition portion. So even though they're seeing a 5% decrease, they will see where residential ratepayers are seeing quite a large increase this year is because their assessment base stays pretty steady. In fact, it actually decreased slightly with market values decreasing in some of the residential properties. So they will not only increase up to that 0, but they will go beyond, likely catching up to that that residential increase that we're seeing in 2024. And again, that's 15% of the school requisition, not of the total increase. So is there any questions? I'd like to really spend some time here and make sure that we're all clear.
Yeah, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. How is the mature asset strategy impacting this, or is that coming next year? Because this is always kind of looking in the rear view mirror rather than looking forward.
I'm not sure what you mean by mature assets.
Okay, so the province is doing a process right now, going through all the mature assets and building a strategy and potentially cutting those mature assets by 33% of what their value is. So is that not considered in this because it's looking in a rear view mirror, not forward, or is it considered in this? I just want to make sure.
No, it's not considered in this because, yes, again, the equalized assessment base for 2026's tax rate will be based on 2024's current tax assessment base. So we already know kind of what 2024's assessment base is. There will be some, of course, appeals and minor adjustments to that assessment base. However, the assessment of those mature assets have not happened yet in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. It looks like residential taxpayers can expect a 15% increase, or is that not accurate?
15% increase on their school requisition portion only.
School only?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So if their school portion is $100, their school portion would go up to $115.
But it won't impact the rest of their property tax?
No, that is made
Inflation.
as a decision of council when the council sets the municipal rates.
Okay. Thank you.
Question in regards to the communication from the government. Has the government given us any better communication so when we do put out our taxes that I'll just say telling the story, it's something that we can they can communicate to the ratepayers, or what's the plan of attack there?
Yeah, I feel like their communications are not as clear as I would like to see. That they have sent some documentation out. Clearwater County typically sends a one-page information sheet with the tax notice, and council has indicated there are a few things they want to include in that information notice, this being one of them, that we will put together a kind of a summary of what's happened, including the increase to the rate, which actually the provincial government has not increased the rate on the school requisition for quite some time. So we can put together some verbiage and send it out to council and see what you think. But we definitely are anticipating putting some sort of information within that document this year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lahi?
Thank you. Would I be correct in saying that Clearwater County has no influence on the provincial school tax requisition, and we merely collect it on behalf of the province and remit it to them?
Correct, very similar to what I stated about the Westview Lodge requisition, even though, you know, that requisition is split out amongst the eligible properties within Clearwater County, and Clearwater County puts that on their tax notice to their ratepayers. The eligible properties are just that, in that they pay their school requisition through the municipality, but the municipality just remits that to the province on their behalf and has no real control over what the province does for rates or dollars that they want to requisition to the provincial properties.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the municipal tax requisition, this draft bylaw includes a 0% municipal tax rate increase across all assessment classes. And in that, the bylaw will be changed slightly because the dollar amount that's included in the bylaw is the amount that's budgeted. And if the 0% is what council deems that they want to have on their draft, there would be an increase of about $204,000 in tax revenue. So really close to what was budgeted for tax revenue for 2025. That being said, there's been some additional projects that have come forward in 2025. So expecting council to have a discussion and debate about what the actual municipal tax rates will be, and then those tax rates will be included in the draft for second and third readings. This is more just to start the discussion and see where council is at as far as municipal tax rates. Seniors Foundation, sorry, I just want to add, if the 0% were to be what council decided, then there would also be a motion included in the tax rate bylaw item to increase tax revenue by the amount that the 0% would, or subsequent, if council decided to increase by 1%, then there would be a subsequent motion by council to increase the revenue by whatever amount that the tax rates derive from that calculation. Again, Seniors Foundation tax requisition, we haven't received their requisition because we are coming a bit early. And like I said, it's really passing that on to the property owners within Clearwater County. There's no decision to be made by this council for the requisition or the amount, but it needs to be included correctly in the bylaw that's comes for second and third readings. Designated industrial property assessment tax requisition, and again, this is requisitioned by ministerial order through the province of Alberta, and the rate has decreased slightly from 0.0746 per thousand to 0.0701. And even though they include the total requisition amount, that is based on whatever the assessment is at that time, but the ministerial order states that the requisition rate has to be 701, so it doesn't matter what the assessment changes throughout the year. That's the rate that's charged, and then there's a reconciliation at the end of the year to what the actual requisition amount is based on that assessment base. So administration has separated out growth from inflation, increases to assist council in gaining an understanding of where the additional assessment base is coming from. The change in assessment base is contributing an additional just over $8 million in tax revenue over the 2024 tax revenue generated based on a 0% tax rate increase. The additional assessment base is also split into two different categories, inflation and growth. So inflation is when no additional assets, no development happens that's added into the assessment base, but the assets that are already included in the base increase or decrease in value, and that for example, means the market value of a residential property increases or decreases over last year, and that's how that assessment base changes. There was a decrease in the current assessment value of $135 or $135,000, meaning if there was no additional property assessment added, the same tax rate would actually result in a lower tax revenue if only inflation was considered. Growth is when additional assets are added onto the assessment base and were not being taxed previously. For example, someone builds a garage and it gets added to the value of the property, or there's new oil and gas properties developed, and that's of course, the majority of what has happened with the tax rate holiday being completed this year and those property assessments being allowed to be taxed. So this is contributing an additional revenue, as you can see, over the amount of revenue that was that the overall tax revenue increase is, and that's because of that decrease because due to inflation, and the net amount is what the overall increase is. So most of which is industrial revenue of $7.7 million, and the growth is about 12%. Other growth and assessment is both the residential and non-residential properties. And again, that's growth where additional properties are being added or additional assessment bases being added. Council had budgeted an increase of tax revenue, anticipating the tax holiday being removed from the additional development in the oil and gas industry over the last 3 years. At 0% tax rate increase, this budget is being met with an additional $631,241 of tax revenue. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. I remembered it was about $200,000. There are also properties noted, priorities noted by council that are not funded currently, and a 1% rate increase would generate an additional $649,155 of tax revenue. This bylaw again has a penalty date noted in April of the year following to encourage payment of unpaid taxes before the first penalty date in the year of September, and then the additional penalty date in December. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice, it's just the tax notice, will be May 15th. The assessment notices have already gone out. And the mail date isn't as critical to know ahead of time due to the assessment notices being mailed out separately, and having to know that mail date impacts the appeal period. And the appeal date doesn't have to be on the tax notices any longer. Any questions?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What can residential property owners expect as a tax increase then this year due to inflation?
Well, it depends on what council decides on their municipal tax rate.
Okay, but just due to inflation? Like a 1% tax increase last year.
Inflation actually decreased the property's values.
The residential property values assessment base decreased this year.
So the increase they're seeing will be a net increase of a decrease in the inflation depending on how council applies the municipal tax rate and the other requisitions that are applied. So the school requisition and the Westview Lodge requisition.
Okay. Then the mill rate that's proposed here, how was that changed from last year?
Actually, the mill rate in the bylaw is not correct. The mill rate that's calculated, the dollars, should be the same as last year. I was being so, I had it auto-populate from a formula, and it didn't populate the correct number. So the rate that's in the actual bylaw isn't the same as last year's rate, but that will be updated for the second and third reading, depending on how council decides they want to move forward with the rate.
So unless there is a tax increase, residential property owners should expect an increase equal to the amount of inflation, which you say was reduced. from the previous year?
Well, they're also seeing an increase in their school
In the school,
requisition.
yes.
Yeah, so there will be a net increase currently if the rate stays at 0%, if due only to, the provincial school requisition.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Milhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I've been getting a lot of phone calls and questions about how this affects Caroline. I'm sure that you guys have done digging into that because it's brand new to our world. Can you explain a little bit about how Caroline is going to be impacted by this as in comparison to their previous tax rate bylaw?
Sure, I haven't actually looked at the rates on their tax rate bylaw in the last few weeks, but I do know that the rates that, their assessment base will fit into the same classes within Clearwater County. So if they had a residential property that was taxed at a residential rate within the Village of Caroline, it will now be taxed by the residential rate that Clearwater County has. And those rates are lower in Clearwater County than what they were previously in the Village. I don't have them in front of me, so I don't know how much lower, but they are significantly, I would say, lower.
Yeah, follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's probably the biggest thing they want to hear is that the tax rate is lower in the one that's presented than the one that they were in under the Village previously.
Yes.
I do have a question with regards to the bylaw itself. Seniors Foundation, the line code for Seniors Foundation, tax levy, then there's 900,000 and change, and assessment. I thought with the seniors, it's a requisition. Can you explain what the Seniors Foundation is under this? Because I thought seniors was a requisition, not necessarily a tax levy subclass.
Yes, so it is a requisition. I will change the wording on that. So it's the requisition that is provided through the Seniors Foundation or the Senior Housing Board for their property. And they provide that number for us. And then we kind of spread that out equally over the amount of assessment base that is eligible to be taxed by the seniors.
Okay, so it isn't actually a subclass. Like this is showing it as a subclass that we tax, not necessarily as a requisition that gets added.
Well, that's it's to show the levy the levy that's added to our tax notices that we collect on behalf. And then it shows the assessment dollars that it's spread out over. So there's some properties that are exempt from seniors, so it doesn't total the entire total, but it's most of the properties in Clearwater County are eligible to be taxed for the seniors requisition.
Oh, okay, so I'm just confused because for a requisition for education, it's not on these lists, but the seniors requisition is. So I don't understand, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if we go down just a little bit, Jana, so the school requisition is just
in a separate line.
In a separate line, but it could go underneath the other ones. It's just showing, actually there's more properties that are school exempt, requisition exempt, than the Seniors Foundation. You can see the total assessment that's eligible to pay school requisition is 6.8, whatever that number is. Yeah. And can we go back, Jana? Sorry. And then you can see on the Seniors Foundation one, the total eligible.
9.2 billion.
Yeah, 9.2, yeah. Yeah, billion, that's the number.
That's a billion, yeah. Sorry, follow-ups if I may. So then how do we come up with the rate? Like I know how we come up with the rates for all of the other ones. We get to choose that, but seniors requisitions, we don't get to choose. So then how is that rate then calculated?
We just take what they say they need. If they say they need $1.5 million and divide the assessment.
Oh, okay.
And then it tells
me the number at the end.
Yeah,
and
the number, that's what the rate is.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, that's good. A good question.
Okay, any other follow-up questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. In the bylaw, it says that the approved budget is 163 million and change.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just under 100 million coming from other sources. and that the balance of 64 million and change is to come from general municipal taxation.
Yep,
The municipal taxation,
yeah, there's an
List.
error in there.
yeah, shows a revenue of about 4.2 million extra.
Yeah, there's an error in the rates that are listed in the bylaw. So once those rates are actually 0%, a 0% rate on the assessment would be the 64 million. Actually, $600,000 more than the 64 million.
Okay. All right.
I can send that out to you after the council meeting, but it will be updated again because of the Seniors Foundation. Once we get the actual levy that or the requisition that they're wanting us to levy on their behalf in 2025, that the tax levy number will change and the rate will change based on that levy. And also the rates, depending on what council decides as far as are they going with a 0% or are they going with a 1% rate increase? And then again, that $64 million will change and there will need to be a motion made on what the actual revenue is and where that subsequent revenue will be allocated. Will it be allocated to restricted surplus, a specific one, or a specific project? So again, just looking for council's discussion on where they see the tax rate sitting for second reading and how much revenue that is needed to be generated for the ongoing projects on council's priority list.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes, could you please explain what a DI property is?
Yeah, that's a designated industrial property. So those are the properties that are designated industrial as far as being within the oil and gas sector. And those properties are assessed through the province, through the provincial assessor's office.
Can I ask it? Yeah. So we can't change that rate? It's a rate that's given to us?
Right, it's that rate. It's unlike other requisitions where we're told the amount of the requisition. This one is by ministerial order and they give us the rate actually.
Okay, thank you. Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Perhaps I can elaborate on a little bit with a bit of history of how this came to be a separate requisition on the tax rate bylaws. Previously, each municipality would either do their own assessment of industrial property or they would contract it out. And industry, mainly oil and gas, as Ms. Serhan has indicated, came back to the provincial government and said, we're seeing discrepancies from municipality to municipality. Is there a way that we can level the playing field here and get more consistency in how these properties are assessed? So the province agreed to that and over a number of years actually transitioned that assessment responsibility onto the province, which they in turn contract the majority of it out to trained assessors. It's a very specialized area. And part of the agreement between the province of Alberta and the oil and gas industry in particular was that the industry would pay for the cost of those assessments as opposed to the municipalities or as opposed to the province. And what this designated industrial property requisition represents is the cost of that assessment. So the province determines what that cost was or is anticipated to be, and then passes that down to the municipalities to charge back to industry and remit to the government. Does that make sense? It's really a user pay system where industry wanted this level basis of assessment. There was an additional cost to that, and the province said, we agree to do it, but industry is going to pay for that assessment function. And that's what this is us passing this charge from the province on to industry.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just gonna try to get us to a decision here today. So to focus discussion, I will make a motion that council grant first reading to the 25/033 tax rate bylaw with a 0% increase. Our budget balance is at 0%. And I think that trying to make sure that our residents feel as little paying as they possibly can in this very uncertain time is something that we can do with our budgets balancing 0%.
Thank you for the motion. Counselor Cermak?
I have only one question, and it kind of puzzles me on the one statement that's wrote here on the first page. There are also priorities noted by council that are not funded currently. What are those priorities that we have put in there?
Yeah, some of them are the waste transfer sites and the ongoing work within the solid waste program. Some of them are the Nordegg development property or development projects that are maybe 3 or 4 years out. However, they still are on the priority list. And operations and facilities or operations and administration facility not funded. There's ag rec facility that's not fully funded. There's some projects that are coming this year that didn't even make the list. I think one of them's on the agenda later today, and in community hall improvements, and also other projects.
So if we do a 0% increase, then some of these priorities are gonna have to be stroked off.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so motion on the floor to, go back here, to grant first reading to the tax rate bylaw at 0%. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Lawhead?
I'll be supporting the motion, of course, for first reading, but I just did note in that table before that I saw just some rough arithmetic that 1/3 of 1% of that tax revenue comes from agricultural land, about 8.8% comes from residential properties. The balance comes from non-residential properties and machinery, equipment, etc. So I think we always need to know where the balance of our revenues come from, and why I was so pleased to see that increase in our assessment base based on industry, and seeing that being very strong. I think in sometimes looking at that, seeing that 12% increase in that assessment base and recognizing we are not achieving that in our residential development, I'm thinking some of our policies are not favorably appreciating the importance of having more residential development within our municipality. It's certainly not keeping pace with industry.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, then go Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting this motion. It's good to see that our generosity in giving a tax holiday to industry is over. And I look forward to seeing the adjusted numbers, final numbers for second reading.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
No, just there was, when we were in Edmonton at a conference, there was quite a bit of, some pretty significant discussion about this, but you know, the UCP, the provincial government has offered a tax reduction for, you know, certain income brackets. So it appears that they're reducing taxes, however, you know, basically mandating that the municipalities, you know, collect a increased provincial school tax. So, and yeah, council has no authorization or any jurisdiction over the school requisition.
Councillor Lawhead? Oh, no, okay. All right. So with that, I'm looking forward to second reading and understanding a little bit more, maybe between that. Now, first reading, approving this first reading and going to second reading, council will have more opportunity to maybe understand some of those priorities that Councillor Cermak has referred to. So anyways, at the end of the day, this has been a good, thank you very much for the outline, and I'm looking forward to those rough, more succinct numbers. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Nope. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so now moving on to Office of the Ag and Community Services. We have 6.1.1, which is the Farrier Community Association Hall Rebuild Funding Request. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Serhan to open the item, please.
Yeah, just a quick introduction before I pass the floor on to Ms. Graham. So this has been a difficult item and will be a difficult discussion for council, I'm sure. There's a decision that needs to be made regarding a community association project that is very important to that community, and yet the implications of that decision, as you can see by once you've gone through the item, that, you know, there are many halls within the same kind of at the same state where it's either rebuild or do major renovations to have a facility that meets all the new building codes and brings everything up to code, and have those, I think we say 17 halls in Clearwater County, and whether council sees this as being a priority enough to increase tax revenue to, I guess, fund these projects. I look forward to the discussion and do not envy you making the decision. So I'm going to pass that on to Ms. Graham as she works through the details of the item.
Okay, before you start, Ms. Graham, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. While I do not have a pecuniary interest in this issue, I have been very involved in this from the beginning. So I believe it will be impossible for me to make an unbiased decision. So I would prefer not to vote, but I do believe that I need to provide additional information on this issue.
Okay. Can we have the outline background, and you can ask your questions as the background gets discussed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
Thank you, and good morning, council. It's good to see you all. So starting with the staff recommendation is that council directs administration on how to proceed with the Farrier Community Hall funding. The Farrier Community Association had a hall that the community felt was not meeting their needs. A dedicated group of volunteers made the decision to demolish the old hall and build a new one. The new hall brought new regulations to follow. The community group was not aware of all of the regulations, and they are now bound by. And along with other challenges, this has caused the community to have setbacks and increase the cost of the building. So we've kind of broken this down into a timeline to try and make it clear. So before June 2024 strategic planning meeting, in 2016, the Farrier Community Association began raising funds to build a new community hall. After facing a number of challenges, which are mentioned in the attached presentation from their 2024 delegation, funding available to them was no longer sufficient to complete the build. In May of 2020, the Clearwater County provided the Farrier Community Association with a letter of support for their first CFIP grant application. On May 28, 2024, members of the Farrier Community Association presented a delegation to council to update council on the build of their new community hall and request additional funds. Administration has been providing expertise to the community group and trying to help with the build. County staff engaged an engineer to create drawings of the building and the requirements for the building to be up to code for public occupancy. The Farrier Community Association chose to use a different engineer who predicted the costs to be lower for the community to complete the build. Clearwater County has not received these estimates, therefore administration has made the decision to come back to council to receive direction per strategic planning motions. Strategic planning meeting, June 2024, and subsequent motions. Subsequently, on June 1st, 2024, the Strategic Planning Committee discussed the following options, which can be viewed at said link resulting in the following motions. Motion by Deputy Reeve Jennifer Melhoff that the committee recommends that council consider funding for the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations, and that the engineer can confirm that the additional funds would be enough to complete the build in compliance with building and fire codes. That was carried. Motion by Deputy Reeve Jennifer Melhoff that the committee recommends that council write a letter of support for the Ferrier Community Association to the Community Facility Enhancement Program grant application. That was carried as well. A motion by Deputy Reeve Jennifer Melhoff that the committee recommends that administration sit down with the Ferrier Community Hall Association to assist with the CFIP grant funding. That was carried as well. During the 2025 budget deliberations, council approved $200,000 to go toward the Ferrier Hall build. On March 21st, 2025, staff met with the Ferrier Community Association to discuss the funding agreement. The funds approved by council during budget deliberations for the 2025 budget will not be enough to fund this project. According to the estimates received from the engineer hired by Clearwater County, to complete this build currently, the association is short $519,000 total. If Clearwater County grants $200,000 and the Community Association is successful with their CFIP application of $125,000, including the remaining Community Association funds, that would be $355,000 to complete the building to code for public occupancy. Another $234,000 would be required. The Ferrier Community Association withdrew their CFIP grant application for the 2024 decision because they did not have matching funds in their account. The association is wanting to submit an application for June 2025 intake. However, they do not have matching funds at this time and would require further funding than what Clearwater County has currently in budget. Their building permit also expires in June. It has been extended once already and is expected to cost $5,000 to $6,000 to renew. Insurance premiums have been quoted previously at $12,000. However, a new application is required to receive a new quote. Currently, course of construction insurance has not been purchased for this build. Clearwater Regional Fire Service has reviewed the alternate drawings from a fire code perspective and has no concerns, and also mentioned the community group is aware of the requirements that they are bound by. There was an inspection done in March by a safety codes officer, and the community group was okay to proceed as discussed. However, the documents provided did not state what changes needed to be made, i.e. proceed as discussed. The inspection also mentioned that an engineer had been on site and approved all structural elements. Clearwater County has 17 community halls, not including the hub in Caroline. Administration has recently received a large ask for a community hall due to costs from inspections occurring from council decisions to have all halls meeting code. Other community groups are also discussing new hall builds. If this hall loses another building season, with the rate of inflation, it is likely to cost an additional 15% to complete the build. Potentially, without funding from the county, the build will not be completed. Some options to consider: funding the community association to the level that is currently in budget. This would be enough for the association to apply for the CFIP grant. However, it would not complete the build, even if the association was successful in obtaining the grant. Option number 2, do not fund the association any further, noting that the budget amount would not complete the building to code for public use. Option number 3, fund the association to completion, knowing this surpasses the current budgeted amount. And option number 4, council can decide an entirely different option after discussion of the information. With all of the halls in Clearwater County, with some already coming to administration to assist with funding options for large renovations or rebuilds, this decision today will have repercussions well into the future. I would pass the floor back over.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the present background information. So with that, before I allow you to speak, Councillor Ratcliffe, I have to ask this question. Are you intending then to vote on this? You will not, you will recuse yourself from the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that feels right to me.
Okay.
Okay, anyway.
So in regards to what's being presented, you're going to present just some extra facts? Is that what you're going to present?
Yes. Okay, to begin with, I believe this has been presented before. The reason the community, the main reason the community went ahead with a new building was that the foundation had failed. There had been 2 attempts to repair that, I believe, with financial assistance from the county that had failed. There was rot in the ceiling and, of course, black mold accompanying that. And so the community went through the full process of working with engineers and architects on this project. And, you know, on the front page of our drawings is a building code analysis that goes through everything. So when we, the Community Association came to council last year, we really had only one uncertainty. And, you know, because the engineer had said that the fire alarm is not required. And he quotes the building code statutes. However, there was one part of that statute that says a licensed beverage establishment or a licensed restaurant with an occupant load then more than 150 would need a fire alarm system. So, you know, it appears that this is intended for a bar or a restaurant, but we were uncertain how that went, and that was the only building code we were uncertain of at the time that we wanted clarified. I recently contacted AGLC for their interpretation, and they confirmed that even for an event license for a wedding or another event classifies the building as a licensed premises. And so the community immediately proceeded to install the rough-in for the fire alarm system as we were starting to close in the structure. So it made it easier to do it beforehand, and we had a quote for $15,000 and tax on top of that. When the community came to the county in May of '28, we were looking for immediate help. And I believe that the engineer of record on the electrical component of it did produce the drawing that the county's engineer used because they're identical. So, you know, the drawing has been updated to reflect the requirement for the fire alarm system. So, the community was a little surprised that it came to strategic planning and pushed it back a year. That meant that there was very little progress made through the summer as we had, and you can see it in the presentation that was made then, had a relatively small amount of funds of $60,000 left. And we knew that would not complete. The structure, due to the inflation and the craziness of lumber pricing back when we started, we knew we didn't have enough funds, but what we could buy with those funds was shrinking due to that inflation, and so we decided to proceed feeling we had enough to get the lockout. We did have some issues with the work by the county's engineer. For example, if you look at the presentation, we had at that time, well, okay, the engineer didn't come till October. So at that time, we had spent most of the rest of the money. We had the siding up. So the engineer has put a value on the structure of just over $1.5 million. And his estimate was that we would have spent just over $1 million to that point, when actually we had only spent $460,000. And so when the presentation was made to council last year, The estimate that we had prepared was just from sitting down with our contractor, listing what was left, and that's also in the presentation, which came out to about $355,000. So the request for 200, and if we were able to get the CFIP grant of 125, with the bit of money we had left, we felt would take us close to completion. And considering that this was other people's money we were asking for, we decided that it would be appropriate to proceed with that amount and see where we stood when we got there, as fundraising efforts were continuing. So, and regarding the insurance, we would have liked to have had a course of construction policy. They only cost about $600, I think we were quoted. However, they would only give us the course of construction policy if we took this other policy, which was intended to, I guess, protect us if the main contractor failed to complete the work. And that policy was about $12,000. And as we knew, we couldn't hire a contractor to take us to completion because we didn't have the funds. We felt we couldn't continue, and honestly, the cost wasn't worth it. So because the hull is covered under the county's insurer, no other carriers would consider giving us a course of construction policy. So we were just kind of stuck. And I believe that's the rest of the story. I can pass around any of the code information if anybody is interested in seeing it. But
Okay, thank you.
that's where we are.
Councillor Mella.
Thank you, Reeve. I have many questions, but most of them end up being operational in nature. So I'm actually gonna go out on a limb and make a motion so we can kind of streamline the conversation. And there may be several motions. We'll see how everything goes. But I would motion that council fund the association to completion. It is pretty sad if we have a hall sitting there partially complete that the community cannot actually utilize. I think this shows the difficulty in the gap and delay in timelines when it comes to funding projects. We see that frustration with the football lighting project, with numerous community amenities and needs. So I think that we need to figure out solutions towards partnership and how we handle those. But for this instance, I will present the motion already stated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the motion. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Cermak.
I'll just start first with, I would like to know why the community association did not ask our county to come in, because, I don't know, it's been what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we set up the Ag Society to go out and look at our hulls and decide what they needed and build a price list. Why did the Ferrier Community Association not ask for that to begin with, so that you knew exactly what had to be done?
That happened after.
But that's what I'm saying. Why did you not ask for that to begin with, instead of just going and demolishing the hull? Because I'm sure we set that up in a motion that each hull would be looked at in our county.
I believe that even the demolition had happened prior to us putting those motions forward. The
So
timeline
this has been going on for more than 2 years.
that community has been looking for solutions to a community hall for a significant period of time.
But am I wrong in saying that the Ag Society takes certain halls each year?
Not the Ag Society,
Or
correct?
the Ag and Community Services does that? And we finance it, right?
I'll let Ms. Graham, do you have anything to offer on that?
I do, thank you. So annually, we're going over 3 different community halls. It's turning out to be quite costly for some halls. And we also provide the service that if you call, like Alhambra recently, for example, they want to do some renovations, so they called to have our engineer go out and just look at what was required because they didn't want to do renovations that then they'd have to rip out when their hall gets inspected. So we do provide that service to halls, yes.
Okay, Ms. Saran.
Yeah, I just want to state a couple of things. So the course of construction insurance, once the construction commences, that insurance is quite a bit more costly. And then there was, one of the requirements for that insurance was a geotech study that has now since been completed, but wasn't completed at the time of the quote. So again, a new quote would have to be built, and we don't know what the price of that would be, considering that they have done the geotech work now, but that was one of the requirements of the course, the insurance, and because the community said they weren't going to do that, then that's why the cost of that insurance was so costly at that time. The other thing is that the other drawings, the separate drawings are not stamped. The drawings from the engineer that the county has hired are stamped drawings. The drawings from the community's engineer are not stamped.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
We do have stamped drawings. Maybe you got one that wasn't, but they were stamped for construction. We have.
The ones that were provided were not stamped.
Okay, for the electrical or
For the construction.
For the construction? Okay. I can get you the stamped ones.
All right.
For approved for construction. And when this started and the demolition started, that program for community hall review was not in place. That came out of issues around the Caroline Hub and the rodeo.
Okay. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Lloyd.
I have a few questions. Just, is there a report available that deemed the existing hall or the old hall that was previously there? Is there a report anywhere that was deeming that hall condemned or unusable? And I was also wondering if there was any previous meeting minutes or notes from the Farrier Community Association where there was decisions that were voted on, or if there was any previous minutes from that association.
Ms. Graham.
I can't speak on behalf of the association, but Clearwater County, it does not have those documents that I'm aware of, either of those documents.
Was the hall at a condemned state, or was it still usable? Before it was still
I wasn't involved, obviously, at that point, so I haven't been told either way, so I'm not able to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, if you have some background information.
We did not have it inspected. We had felt for some years it would be condemned if it was, but the structure was obviously failing.
But it was still a usable hall? Functions for the community at that point in time before it was demolished?
With increasing risk, I guess, I believe we did continue to use up to the point, for meetings up to the point that we did demolish it.
Okay,
I have photos showing rot if you'd like to see them.
No, absolutely. There are many community halls and structures in the community that do need to be upgraded, as we've seen and got letters many times in the past. I just know many other hall organizers and stuff, I know there's a high level of frustration for other hall organizers to follow proper process and do their due diligence to ensure that they have funding prior to demolishing a hall or proceeding with renovations, just such as Alhambra, as mentioned by Ms. Graham.
Okay. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I guess my question would be directed at Supervisor Graham. Ultimately, the motion before us is to fund to completion, I believe. Do we have concrete numbers on what that completion number would be, and also the earliest estimates on what that number started out as, and then being able to anticipate what that funding commitment would be by this council moving forward.
Go ahead.
I guess I would start that off with a question. For that number, are we looking at this number as though they apply for the CFIP grant or just the entirety of the funding?
I would have to send that back to the person that made the motion, whether that was what her thought was, and we can perhaps
Councillor Gray.
amend to reflect.
Councillor Mello?
I am saying they need the funding now. Like, honestly, in reality, last May, actually probably would have been a better option, but if we delay it further, we just increase the percentage of the requirements, and is that percentage of increase in that build worth the wait at that point, right? This community needs this now, and the community is also losing out on the different events that they could be hosting there, creating revenue for that build in general. So I think that they need it now, and that's why my motion reflects that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So the numbers that we have are $589,000 for funding. These numbers are from from last year, so they could have gone up. It's tough to say. I'm not sure how crazy inflation has been since then, but those are the numbers that we have.
And would that estimate include a quote from a contractor, or is this just a best guess ballpark? Why I'm saying that is I certainly applaud the community efforts. I know that volunteerism is a huge part of these projects, having been involved in similar ones in the past. Sometimes those things don't follow through. I'm actually quite surprised that a submission to the CFIP grant was backpedaled or not went through with that process. Quite often in that, you do projections of where you have funds to match if need be, or volunteer services. I think it might have got us a little bit more certainty in this if we would have had that matching fund. If Clearwater County funds it, my fear is that there will be no CFIP contribution into that. It just won't happen. So there the community lacks that leverage of having that grant to be able to get a more satisfactory result in their project. So just kind of understanding if we do as a council say we fund to completion, I'm not exactly convinced that that $589,000 is a firm number. And that's the difficulty I have with a commitment like that at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sarhan, and then I'll go back to you.
Yes, so again, the delegation was the last meeting in May, and the next opportunity in front of council to have an agenda item was that strategic planning meeting. If it had been the next available meeting was a regular council meeting, it would have went there. But I do believe council made the right decision at that strategic planning meeting when the motion was that council consider funding the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000. That the engineer can confirm that these additional funds would be enough to complete the build in compliance with the building and fire codes. It's unfortunate that when community groups rely on community purse, there's more due diligence that needs to be done to ensure that the dollars are being spent where the community wants them to be spent, and that they are equitable, and that all of the variables are being considered, and that is just the way of community funding in this area. And again, as you see, there are other halls that are coming with large asks. One of them for a complete new build that hasn't even started yet with no land. So, I think it will be many more dollars than this one, and these will be the types of items that will be in front of council in the very near future. And if this is the wish for council to move forward with funding this, is there a subsequent motion to amend the tax rate bylaw to be increased by the amount of funding that's required for this build in 2025? Because that's what this community association is expecting or wanting is that this funding happen so that they don't lose another season.
Okay, Counselor Northcott?
Okay, community halls are very important for many residents and many events, but I don't think there's quite enough background information here for myself to support the motion. I think the situation needs further investigation. I think they're just to appease, to see an audit of the expenses that have taken place already. And I think it'd be irresponsible to really support the motion on the table, as it's an unlimited budget. So as much as I absolutely understand that community halls are very important to the community, I don't think there's enough background information here to really have clarity on the situation.
Counselor Ratcliffe?
First, the CFIP grant that was submitted last year, we simply did not have the funds to match. The province was very good in carrying it over to the next intake, but at that point we still had no commitment or any funding to match that, and so they basically pulled it. We've missed the January intake, which would have provided funding in June. So the next intake will not provide funding till November. Which puts us at risk of making some more progress and then still not being able to complete it, having that structure without heat through another winter. I think in the presentation that was made last May, the financial situation, like the finances are fairly well laid out on what has been done. We have completed and signed off, or gotten sign off from the 2 CFIP grants, which require a fair amount of accounting. Could I make a suggestion that while I think the engineer's estimates on the completion are high, that we proceed in a sort of draw basis and start with the original 200 that was requested a year ago, and at that point come back with quotes, whatever revised estimates for completion, and present to council again.
I have a question for you, Ms. Grant. In the past, would really like to know how many halls have been funded and how much has been funded in the past. And I'm going past this council, past what is the history of the county in assistance with our community halls?
So I did do a little bit of a spreadsheet here. I only went back to 2020 though. I wasn't sure how far I should go back for that. The primary funding has been to Dover Court because of the inspection, because they've done a lot of their renovations already and they've applied for the emergent grant funding. So they received $90,000 last year for that. We also have the annual funds that every hall gets. During COVID, there were the COVID grants that the halls got. Would you like me to dive into numbers for halls or how?
Yeah, I'm looking for numbers.
Okay, so I mean, we do have, the Butte Hall is currently struck, so the numbers are lower for it, and that's also why we now say we have 17 community halls, just for your guys' information for that. So we have, and I also included rentals from the county in these numbers. So some halls, which hall is this one? Our Butte Hall, it did not apply for grants for a number of years. So since 2020, they've received $5,050. One of the higher ones would be, sorry, this looks a lot better on my big screen. I can read it a lot better. So Condor, for example, they have received 47,000 and change since then, and some of that is applying for the grants and putting, it's putting the work in for for these funds. We have 58,000 and change has gone to Evergreen Hall. I'm just looking for Farrier here. So Farrier has been 32,500, and in 2019 they did receive $20,000 as well, but that obviously is not on this chart. Would you like me to go through all of them, or is that
That's okay.
paints a
Those are the
picture?
larger ones, and that's what I was looking for, so thank you for the information. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we made a decision to also do pavement at Condor and Leslieville. I know that there was also some work being done in the area, so that is a positive for that area. So then, I wanna say it was like 125,000, but I could be wrong. We talk about equity across our communities, but we don't actually make it that way. There's no way we could. If we did, then we'd have a $1.8 million recreation area in Farrier, as there's actually a higher population there than there is in Leslieville and Condor. So we don't actually look at equity and equality across our community. We look at the needs of each area individually and address them. This community hasn't had any rec or community funding that I'm aware of, aside from the stuff that you've just mentioned, in a long time, and yet has one of the higher populations across our community. I think that we need to make sure that we are addressing the needs of that part of our county. That's why I made the motion last year that we look at the MR and what's needed out in the Farrier-Garth area, because we haven't really done much with them as far as I'm aware. So we also, not that I remember, when we said we were gonna do grant funding, or not grant funding, rec funding for Leslieville, I don't know that we looked and said, oh, that's gonna cost us a 2% tax increase. If we did that with every single thing that we did in this community, it would be a different conversation every single day. So I have more, but I'll stop there for now.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. Just sharing a bit of light on the origins of many of the community centers here. They truly were community centers. They were community oriented. There is a transition here that the volunteerism is a harder sell nowadays. So I've been a large advocate in my time in council chair to bring some sustainable, fundamental, predictable funding to our community centers. That's why those small grants that started out at the $2,000 or $2,500, $5,000 were incorporated in here, so that those communities weren't continually coming back to council for as a last resort to be able to keep their doors open and provide those things. We are going through a transition, I believe, and we're looking at the ages of these community centers, and it's not a remodeling, it's not they are actually redeveloping their community centers, and that's transitioning some of these additional costs that never were part of the original community support that's there, and the numbers are very high. I don't know, as a community, Clearwater County, or involving the public purse, is the right step to take in ending that community ownership, pride, all those things that I think have got those community centers as such a vital part of their community. It's very easy to just shift it to the public purse and say, the community, maybe we don't think it's as important anymore, but if we can get money from somewhere, we'll continue it for you. And I'm not saying that in this case, but I sense that transition when we're faced with some of the problems we've been presented with over a period of time, and even how those problems are being shaped, that it's being driven by the county to create these problems, and it's not the fact. When I suggested some of these things moving forward, it was to put supports in place for those communities, for those fundamental things that keep the doors open and keep the volunteers coming back through the door to do what they believe is a community service. It was meant to be supports, not a funding stream where we can redevelop it into something it wasn't before, but we would see it benefiting the community. That is up, I believe that is up to the community to drive those forward. And as Councillor Melhoff says, the Ferrier community is a large community. I think a prosperous community. I see an active, growing population there, great people. I'm surprised that they aren't flooding this project to get it done. So, I mean, long story short, I am certainly supportive of the original commitment we made to Ferrier for the $200,000. It's in the budget. I am less comfortable with open-ending a completion or a motion to completion, no matter what it costs. That I think, and I know other people use the term, opens up a can of worms, but I think in many ways it will bring a light that says, you've done this in Ferrier, how about X, Y, or Z? And I don't want to have an action that actually creates a community center, but takes the community out of the problem. It's like making little duplicates all over the place. I think we still want the community to have that freedom to choose what they want in their community, and there being some basic supports through the public purse to support it. So I can see the $200,000 being much more in alignment with that than funding it open-endedly, no matter what it costs.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, a couple of things, and I just wanted to actually speak to what Councillor Lougheed was saying. These community halls started with a piece of property that was donated from a resident in that community, and buildings were built on them by the community. Somebody brought lumber, somebody brought supplies, and they built them. But there was a difference in the time. There was no not the litigation that happens now. It was more a sense of actual community. You weren't gonna sue your neighbor if something happened on that property. That isn't the same anymore. And that's why all the regulations change and grow, is because of the amount of litigation that happens from these public properties. And absolutely, we increase the tax rate to cover projects. That is how municipalities pay for increased service levels in their operating and new projects in their capital. That is exactly how it happens. And then also there are community halls that have a really large number of volunteers that have fundraised to bring their halls up into that have done renovations over the years, not just one large build, and have vibrant community associations and structures to use by that community. So there are differences in the amount of support that happens for each of these community halls and structures that are within Clearwater County.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go with Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Cermak, and then I'm going to limit discussion, and we're going to vote on the motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Just to add to Councillor Lougheed's comments, we have over 2,000 hours of recorded volunteer time, not to mention the machinery and whatever else that has been donated. So, you know, the community is quite supportive of this. That shows in that commitment. And the community hall is the source of revenue that keeps our recreation facilities maintained and operating and upgraded where needed to be. So we have to have that structure, or it's going to seriously impact the community. The mechanical contractor says that the last thing to get turned on is the heat, so that there's no contamination through it. So, you know, we risk not having heat this next winter.
Okay. Counselor Cermak?
Yes, Mrs. Graham, can you clarify this 589,000? Is that total what it takes to completion? And where is our 200,000 that we've already put in the budget? Is that included in the 589 or is it over top of the 589?
Yes, I'm gonna correct myself first. I gave you guys an inaccurate range. We have another hall, Everdell Hall has received $147,700. That includes $90,000 from recreation grants. So I just wanted to correct so I wasn't giving you guys false information. So the $589,000 is a building completed to code for public occupancy. That does not, the $200,000 would be a part of that. It would not be on top of that. So that is what is outstanding, not including grants, not including money from Clearwater County at all. That is total what it is going to cost. So if we were to give them $200,000, there would be $389,000 rather remaining. Does that make sense?
Yep,
Okay.
it does.
Okay.
And the second is that I could not vote on this being an open end. You just open your checkbook and whatever it costs, that's what we write a check out for. I will not be in favor of that. I would maybe consider looking at a firm number, but not an open-ended like this motion is. I will not vote in favor of this.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is that council fund the completion of the Farrier Hall. Any other discussion? I will not be supporting this motion for myself because I believe that I've been watching other community halls work to get, their projects on the go. And I'm not saying that this association hasn't, but I would support the 200,000 that we've already put into budget, as Councillor Lloyd has identified. And at that point in time, perhaps there'd be another opportunity for the community to find other sources to fund completion. So, anyway, so with that, I will call the, Councillor Lloyd, sorry.
A quick clarification of why I won't be supporting the motion. I am comfortable with a smaller amount that we've already committed to previously. And I do applaud the efforts of Farrier to bring this project to completion. I wish them incredible success because I know how much work it is to do those things. I've watched it with great interest, and I think it's a great addition to the community. I can't support an open-ended ask at this time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion to fund the Farrier Hall to completion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. So with that, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
I would propose another motion that we fund the amount indicated by the 2025 budget for the Farrier Community Association on their project.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just as a point of process, that we don't need to motion something, that is simply already motioned. That motion already exists on the books. This was merely to be a different one, unless I misunderstand, that motion was already made and passed in budget for that matter. So theoretically, it's already done, unless I misunderstand process.
Miss Graham, Miss Durham, you guys are Marcel. Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead, Miss Durham.
Yeah, so even though it was included in budget, the direction was clear that that would indicate a fully completed facility. And because that's not the case, we will need direction, because if you still want to support the community hall or the 200,000, knowing that it will not complete the build, then we would need direction from council for that.
Okay, everyone clear? Any further comments or questions before I call the motion? Councillor Northcott.
Again, I won't be supporting this motion, and for the reasons as follows. The situation needs further investigation to say that inflation is a cause in the increasing costs. I haven't seen any documentation to really say that that's the fact. It's only hearsay. So it would be nice to see an audited report of the expenses that have taken place already. And I would be in favor of even if this project, I think it needs a realignment and it needs to sort of be brought back on track. So in the future, if that information was to be brought back, I may support even a larger budget to complete that hall due to the importance that these halls are for the residents. But at this time, I won't be supporting this either.
Okay. Counselor Meloff?
I just want to confirm the motion is to grant the 200,000 that was already done without the same stipulations that were in the previous motion for it. That's why it's different than the previous motion. Just want to confirm that.
Counselor Lawhy?
If I remember correctly, the budget or the previous discussions had a component that it was on the acceptance or if they were successful with the CFIP grant. Was it not, or am I to be corrected on that too?
It doesn't look like the motion specifies.
In the agenda
Sir?
item.
Or Ms. Graham, you probably know that's.
I can read the motion off for you guys. It was a motion by Deputy Reeve Jennifer Melha. The committee recommends that council consider funding for the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations, and that the engineer can confirm additional funds would be enough to complete the build in compliance with building and fire codes. So it wasn't for the CFIP grant, it was for the fire codes.
Did not the background information contain a budget that indicated $125,000 from a CFIP grant?
Yes.
That would be advanced to that project in order to provide the necessary funds to complete it? So it would be contingent then on the CFIP grant?
If you would like to make the motion that is contingent on the CFIP grant.
I will add that if I can amend my own motion then, because I thought that was part of the understanding of that discussion. I will amend it that it is conditional on approved CFIP grant with the amount of, I think it was $125,000, was it?
Okay, the motion is amended to fund the $200,000 already in budget, conditioned with the CFIP grant of $125,000. Okay, Councilor Cermak.
I thought that 200,000, when we approved it, was to go for completion of the project, not partial completion. Is that not right?
Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
That was certainly my interpretation of it, and that's why we brought it back to council, because that was the motion, that was the direction that we received.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I voted in favor of it, that it would bring it to completion.
Okay.
This motion won't bring it to completion. So I won't be in favor of it.
Councilor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Perhaps had the funding been available as soon as the motions were made, then it could have been completion. Inflation outruns these things, and that is a lot of the difficulty with the delay in funding. It makes it then huge gaps in builds, making it so that the costs outrun funding that is available. I would love to support this, the motion, Councillor Lougheed, but I can't because I don't want these to be contingent on CFIP because they lose another build season. The CFIP grants aren't even eligible to be applied for until June and not even available until November. So then they lose another several months with that community still being without a hall in which to gather for that community. So I would love to say yes, because I want to get them some funding, but I do not want it to be contingent on CFIP funding. It simply delays building this project further.
Okay. Before you made your amendment, Councillor Lougheed, I would have been in favor. But at the same token, I understand that these halls, this is setting precedent going forward. It's not that I don't support this, I agree. But I guess my question is too, I mean, there are other opportunities for community grants. I know there's one for the ag called Small Community Grant. It's available up to $200,000 or $2 million. I can't remember that. That one's been available. That's still open, I believe. It's an opportunity for that. But there's not just one avenue as far as CFIP, there's multiple opportunities for other things, so, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, I'll let you interject.
Thank you very much. And having been in the exact position of the farrier community in the past, it's very comforting to know there is a level of support from the public purse as well as from other sources. That never stopped the community I was involved with approaching other revenue sources. So that's why I distinctly recall, and please correct me if I was wrong, that the community, when we were asked this question the first time, Farrier had about $60,000 sitting in the bank. They were applying for a $125,000 CFIP grant, and they thought the project could be completed with an additional $200,000 from the county. I understand things have changed, I guess, and as we go into the future, things change as well. I believe that this project has been ongoing for several years. They're building it as they get the funds in place. This gives them some ability to move forward, plan forward, all those things. That's why I suggest.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I've seen a couple of arenas in northern Alberta and some of the other community halls where an ice plant has been quit and the community raised $1 million just like that over a few months. But I mean, it's an opportunity. If it's important to the community, they're gonna pitch in no more than just elbow grease. They're gonna throw in a few bucks too. So an understanding that, yeah, in this time, I get it, but as it stands, I understand where you are for the CFIP grant. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'm gonna call the question.
Thank you, Reeve. In the presentation that the committee made last year, we were quite clear that we weren't certain that that would be enough to complete it, but that it would take us very close according to our numbers. And that in the meantime, we would continue to fundraise, that hopefully would be enough, but we never guaranteed completion. Just that we felt it would take us close according to the information we had. But if funding isn't available till November, that it's contingent on a CFIP award, you know, it would sit till then.
All right, so the motion on the floor is, oh, go ahead, Ms. Graham, sorry. No, it's okay.
So I just would have a question for this motion. With there not being course of construction insurance, would you want administration to proceed with the funding without that insurance, or would you like it to have insurance prior to us proceeding?
I guess that would be a conversation with, we gotta do our due diligence too, so. What does this council wish? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lottie.
Said that it is my motion. I'm not willing to make an amendment to add that as a contingency as well on this. And I'm sure if this motion is not successful, greater wisdom will find a solution forward than what I've suggested. And I'm willing to find what that solution might be. I would make the comment that I think once the community purse is more deeply involved in this project, that I think it would be very wise to have some level of building insurance on that property. Bad things happen in communities, and this would be disastrous to all of us.
Correct. All right, so the motion on the floor. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. So being as how we've gone into our lunch hour and we need a bit of a break, I'm going to call a lunch break for about a half an hour and we'll return back to this item when we come back. Welcome back. Just had a quick lunch here, and so we have been discussing and deliberating item 6.1.1 in regards to the Farrier Community Hall Association rebuild funding request. So just to recap, there's been an ask, and we've had a few motions, and so I'm turning back the floor to either a motion or a further discussion for clarification, or question for clarification. What is the, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I need some clarification on when did Farrier Community Association received engineers' drawings that were stamped? What was the date?
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would have to look through my files, because there are several versions with revisions. I would say 20.
2020?
Elsie knows, she's telling me 23. 21, okay.
So you had stamped drawings in 2021.
Yes.
So you knew that all of your building codes and that weren't up to date then?
We did know. This is
The stamped drawings say that you were good then?
Yes.
So where did the extra cost come from if the stamped drawings were good then?
Well, the stamped drawings don't have any costs on them.
Yeah, but if you followed the stamped drawing engineers, then
Yes.
you would have had it all up to date and you wouldn't have been out of compliance.
Right, we weren't out of compliance. The only question remaining at that time, like I said earlier, was what is the maximum occupancy we can have if we're serving liquor? That was the only unresolved question. And in the building code analysis, this is from the front page of the drawing, it says fire alarm not required.
Yeah,
But okay, but according to the code that's quoted there, there is that question about a licensed beverage establishment or a licensed restaurant. And so it depends how you interpret what that means. And AGLC recently confirmed that if there is a special event license to serve liquor, at that point the building becomes a licensed premises. And therefore, we needed to have the fire alarm to have more than 150 occupants.
Yeah, but how did your fire alarm bring the total cost of your building up so greatly?
It's more than just the fire alarm, but I stated earlier that, you know, we do have some concerns with the numbers presented by the engineer, that we have spent less than $500,000 for what the engineer considers as a value of over $1 million. But also in the number that's being used here was the cost to upgrade the kitchen to a commercial kitchen and a range hood with fire suppression, which the community does not intend to do because we will not have those grease generating appliances in the kitchen. So also the fire alarm system that was specified had met those magnetic door stops. So what would happen if somebody pulled the fire alarm or one of the detectors went off is there were 11 sirens and flashing lights that would start, and if the doors were open, the doors would close as you are trying to exit. So, you know, it was overboard.
Okay. Done.
I'm really confused now.
How can I remove some of that confusion?
Councillor Graham, or sorry, Councillor Graham. You used to sit there, I apologize. Counselor Meloff. You have the blonde hair, so no, they're up today, sorry.
Thank you. More looking towards the process for CFIP. Okay, so a CFIP grant can be applied for by the community, and like we have a motion on the books showing that we supported writing a letter to support the CFIP grant for this project. Was the letter given? And further to that, there's been some confusion even at when it's been presented at the recreation, conferences, thank you, recreation conferences. When the province presents, they say that you have to have money in some community members say you have to have the money sitting in your account already, but when the province presents, they say, well, a letter might suffice because it's coming from a municipal entity, which they don't have to chase necessarily. For lack of a better word, they know the county's good for it. So a letter from a municipality backing something would work. Is that what's happened here? And therefore, if that was the case, would not have delayed applying for a CFIP grant, or is something else happened? So I hope that I don't feel like I explained that well. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Ms. Surratt?
Yeah, so as we've seen in the last couple of CFIP applications from other community groups is that even though the criteria say a letter of support is sufficient, the ones that are being approved are the ones that have funds in their account. So even though it's not listed as a criteria, those are the projects that are getting approval. So yeah, even though, it just supports your project more if you have the funds sitting there.
Does that answer your question? Oh, okay, go, Ms. Grant.
So to answer the first question, there was not a letter sent. Because of the motion and the wording of the motion, that funding was not gonna be going to the community association because it had to meet code, and according to our numbers, that was not enough money to meet code. So I wasn't there when it happened, but I'm assuming that's why the letter was not sent.
So they're two different motions.
Yes, but if we're committing to funds in a letter, that we can't give to the community association.
Okay.
That's what I'm understanding happened, but.
Was that voiced to them prior to when you met with them just recently? When this all snowballed again, was that expressed?
I don't believe it was. I wasn't there, so I don't know for certain, but I don't believe it was.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Ratcliffe, and then I'm gonna look for a motion to direct our conversation.
No, I don't have anything to add at this time. I was going to pass the code information to Councillor Cermak if he wanted to see it.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I do have one.
You have yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would not be in favor of giving the 200,000 or approving it unless they have current, up-to-date insurance on everything. Construction, insurance and stuff, because we can't put money into something that isn't covered. Thank you, Neil.
Councillor Gibson.
My question is, if we did give them the $200,000, what would that do? Like, would it get it partway? It wouldn't be winterized because you say the furnace is the last thing to go in. So what would that $200,000, if we did give it to them, what would it do?
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I can't answer that exactly. The supply situation is better now, but previously we were getting quotes that are good for a week. So it would see the boarding completed, probably the mudding and taping moving ahead. And the rough-in for the air and the heating that is inside. I don't know if it would see the lighting and all of that in at that point. I'd have to stop and figure that out.
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, and they would only have access really to 75,000 until they found out one way or the other that they had approval of the CFIP grant if they were trying to have funds in their account for that application.
Thank you. Counselor Lougheed?
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand how your project has developed so far. Congratulations that you have essentially equity or built of equity in this building, that your expenses so far are lower than what the value of that work should be. So I think whatever you've been doing, it's been the right thing. Just looking at your process going forward, am I correct to assume that you are finding a balance of donated services, a balance of volunteer effort and some contracted services to reach your goals of this construction project?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how you've been able to get this additional equity in this building up to this point. So although you may have an engineer's estimate of what it would cost to complete it, using what has got you to this point so far might be achievable at a lower amount than what that, was it 580, 589 or 519? I'm not sure where we were. And I'm just trying to understand the project and how an investment through the community purse could take you further down the road on this project rather than having it just stall out waiting for a perfect solution.
Yeah. Okay, this is information that we presented last May, but with the work to complete that we compiled with the contractor, not with an engineer, we felt that 355 would get us very close at that point to completion.
Okay.
So that would have been the bit of cash we had, the 200 from the county and 125 from the CFIP. And from my work with the CFIP group, when you make your application, you need to show bank statements that show you have the money. And they don't like commitment letters because things change. Like, we may come away from here today with nothing, no matter what the letter had said to CFIP. So you need to show the money in your account, and you need to show it with the application.
So with that, looking for a motion. If not, I'm at a point where I'm looking across the room. Can we table this until further? Because we do have a delegation in closed session for 1:30, and I'm just wondering if there's a motion on the floor, or do we table this until further on in the meeting? Councillor Northcott?
I'll make a motion to table this item until further on in the agenda.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor to table? Okay, those opposed? Oh, no, you can't vote. That's right. All right, so that motion's carried, and we will table this until further in the meeting. Looking on into our agenda, we have a delegation here for, we've postponed them for half an hour, so we'll go into closed session. So motion to go into closed session. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Eve. I can make the motion to go into closed session, but I also wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that I will be stepping out of the gas co-op portion of closed session, and then we'll be coming back in for 10.2, 10.3, and 10.4.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, motion to go, okay, Councillor Meloff makes the motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And motion's carried. Thank you. Carried. Okay, welcome back. We've just come out of our closed session. We do have one motion coming out of closed session. And looking at Councillor Ratcliffe. Could you make that motion?
I move that council direct administration to release the $1.4 million currently in the budget for the Rocky Gas Co-op gasification project in Nordegg.
Thank you. And that's in pertaining to the closed session item 10.1. So Councillor Malhoff, yes?
Sorry, Reeve, I should have gotten
okay.
ahead of before the motion was made. I'm gonna recuse.
Very good, thank you. All right, so motion's on the floor. Any other discussion in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we will return back to our agenda. We have left off on wondering if council would like to go back to item 6.1.1, which is to be lifted from the table, I believe. We tabled that one. So motion to lift that one for the table, Councillor Northcott.
I'll make that motion to lift from the table.
Okay, so we will lift item 6.1.1 from the table. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, so with that, looking for a motion or further discussion in regards to the Ferry Community Association Hall rebuild ask. What are council's thoughts? We need a motion to in this regard. Councillor Northcott?
I'll take a shot at a motion here. After I make the motion, I'd like some feedback from Mr. Emmons to see if it's accomplishable, but make a motion that council direct administration to obtain 3 independent quotes to complete the Ferrier Hall community project.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Gibson?
No, mine was something else.
Oh, something else? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for Mr. Emmons. My intent with the motion is to really have an overarching view of what the final costs would be to complete that project. If Clearwater County is going to contribute funds to that project in the future, is that a doable or an appropriate motion to get an overarching cost of what is left there to complete that structure?
Go ahead, C. Owens.
Thank you for the motion and the question, Councillor Northcott. I would suggest in partnership with the Ferry Community Association, getting 3 independent quotes. My assumption is those quotes would come back to council for consideration of funding those quotes.
That's my intent, yeah. And to give an outside source or independent sources, and have some some other professionals have a look at it and see what it would, have a variety of different contractors look at it and see what those costs may be.
If I may, if council feels that information would help in the decision, absolutely. It would negate the work process that was described earlier. Councillor Ratcliffe and Councillor Lougheed were talking about utilizing in-kind services and those initiatives to bring down costs. A quote would be a third-party construction build. So it'd be a different business model.
Yeah, that's my intention, to really move forward with funding to actually complete the project, and then that's my intention.
Counselor Lawton?
Thanks, and I just share one thing with a similar, well, not a similar, but a parallel community project of moving a backstop at a ball diamond. We had allocated a certain amount in our grant for that, and when we got professional consultation, it went to $18,000 to move a backstop 4 feet. Sometimes those things that can be done very effectively and low cost by a community just as well are not things that would be beneficial to have contracted out and reaching a goal of having a community center. So I think it'd be great information to understand what it would cost to take over the project and complete it. But I can imagine it would be some more substantial than the amount that the Farrier Community Association is asking to complete the project as a grant from this body.
Counselor Gibson?
Looking at the remaining work, there isn't much that they can do, but that a volunteer could do. I think there's painting, it's got siding, decks. Now, is there something they can take off of their build as well? Maybe a deck or something to lower the cost, but there isn't much on here that I think as individual volunteers could do, because it all has to pass building code, so. But yeah, that's my only thing with that. So I support Jordan's or Councillor Northcott's motion.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I absolutely value the intent of the motion. The intent is to determine how much a contractor is going to cost to accomplish the end of the project, and then I would hope then we would fund that remainder. The issue is it doesn't represent the value of the volunteers in that community, right? The volunteers that have already put in the work and are planning on doing a lot of the legwork themselves, they have value, but they're not part of a contractor's quote. The general public has put in a lot of time into this, even as skilled contractors, as volunteers though. So a quote from a contractor is not going to place value on that volunteer workforce. And at that point, we probably should have just built it ourselves from the first place.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
The only work that has been done so far without much volunteer input is the plumbing rough-in, the electrical rough-in, and, well, I helped a little bit with the rough-in for the fire alarm. The rest is all had volunteers working under supervision of contractors.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, I guess my other thing is here, this project seems to be drawn on for some time and leaving the community with no hall there to utilize at all. So that's, if we could speed it up really, and I think the volunteers would be recognized regardless, but it would just, I'm hoping to expedite the process, and it is a considerable ask and a considerable request for financial assistance to complete this project, so.
I'd also offer maybe Mr. Emmons, it's in asking for these quotes and from these independent contractors, is have line items that the community can do. Like there is a line item that says painting, and like I'm thinking of different things that a contractor can do in and of itself that's probably faster than having an overseer of that, but that would help expedite it. But then there's those fine finishing portions that the community may be able to do in short order too. Identifying them on a line by line versus a holistic one price. And I'm not sure. I've only done residential building, have done public occupancy. There might be other items. Go ahead.
Both are achievable, but I'd respectfully suggest that there's a far different process in the engineered drawings are there. Our information today is they're stamped, so they're accepted. To get 3 contractors to supply a quote on that, you could never award on that because the amount exceeds legislation, but it would give council the information. If council's looking at actioning this, I would respectfully suggest that would be a tender process. Because you would wanna break down every line item, meet with the community, make all those line items deletable. You know what, we can mud and drywall and paint, we can do this, we can put up fascia. And those items would come out of a tender process to say, here's what the contractor is gonna be responsible for. It'd be a far different process is all.
Okay. So I believe your intent, Councillor Northcott, was just for information, correct? Go ahead.
Sort of information and action after the fact. If the information is good information and you could execute on that and actually finish the project, then why not go that way? But so then the quotes would be ineligible to move forward with actioning any future construction. It would have to be then a tender. Is that right?
Correct, Councilor Northcott, like the dollar value of this building would exceed legislation just to sole select an award. If that was your driver, my understanding was information for council's consideration to compare the ask versus if it was contracted, is it reasonable, is it, but if it's to action on that, I'd respectfully suggest a tender process. The engineer drawings are there, it could be tendered out and under the guise as I described with deletable items so that the community, I'm assuming the community, if they chose, then under that process, could paint or do whatever items the community was willing to do.
I have a question. Under tender process, we'd have to fulfill that, like deletable items, like that would become under that. But I mean, if council says we have a certain amount, give us the full quote, but understand we're only gonna give X amount. So what could we get for that amount? You know what I'm saying? Like if we said, okay, they honor the $200,000, what would we get for $200,000? But understanding what's the difference, or 500,000, or what that looks like, I guess that's where I'm at. Like, if we go through that tendering process, are we committed to that? To a dollar amount?
Short answer, no. You wouldn't be committed. And my experience, if council is looking for that budget line, whatever that number is, as this is a building that's in process, your square footage, everything is committed, it would be going through the items that would fit within that budget, would be the best way to describe that.
Okay, thank you.
But it really is trying to blur two different worlds.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. While I can certainly appreciate the intent of the motion, I think there might be a challenge in finding 3 individual contractors that are going to come into a half-finished project and not have some contingency within their quotes to be able to successfully complete that project with a margin that they're comfortable with putting a quote. And at the end of the day, is there a belief here that somehow that number will come in much less than what has been presented to us at this time? I would love to believe that, but I live in the real world much of the time, other than when I'm here, and I don't think that will be entirely the end result of 3 quotes. And I'll say it simply, that is kicking the decision down the road. I think we need to make a decision. Anyway, just my 2 cents worth.
Okay. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go Councillor Cermak.
My intention was not to kick it down the road at all. My intention is really to get an accurate number, not hoping for a lower one, but an accurate number, whether it's more, less, the same. The information that was provided was, I don't feel that it's completely accurate. This project has went on for some time, so if the project's more, hey, that's fine, but my intent was to move forward with it, whether the project's more or not, but really to get a community hall that the community could use, because this just continues to get pushed down the road. But you know what, I'm going to withdraw my motion, and I'll let council come up with another one here from somebody else at the table.
Okay, Councillor Northcott's withdrew his motion. Councillor Cermak?
Okay, I'm gonna ruffle some feathers because I'm gonna do the devil's advocate. We have 17 halls in our vicinity, in our county. Any one of them, after we do this, can go in, tear their hall down and say, we can go to the county and get the money to rebuild. What do we do then? Everybody's thinking it, so I'm saying it. That's what the take's gonna be. So where do we draw the line? We can't give them 200,000 because that won't finish the project. And that's what the 2,000 was for a completed with a grant coming with our 200,000 to complete it. Now it can't be completed. I just can't see starting a project when you don't have all the money in hand. And that's the devil's advocate. There's 16 other halls that can come forward because they want a new hall.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
You're right, Councillor Cermak, there's a lot of other community halls, they all do need renovations and, or maybe even just new structures. Like they may just, need a brand new structure, a brand new facility or renovations to be brought up to code, so that is the reality of it. And through budgeting and stuff like that and priorities, there's been significant investments in other amenities, maybe, that would be lower on the priority, but yeah, these will have to be addressed.
Okay. All right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think the devil's advocate discounts the years of work that went into fundraising and even getting this started. Again, the request from the community last May did not say that this was to complete it. The estimates that we had at that time said the 200 plus a CFIP grant, if it was awarded, should take us close to completion. That our fundraising efforts may have been sufficient to take it to completion. Otherwise, we would have asked for the whole 355, I think, that we presented at that time.
Okay, so being as how we had during the budget deliberations, we did approve 200,000 to go towards the Farrier Hall build. I guess I'm still optimistic that, maybe there's an opportunity. We honor that commitment. You tried to go down that road earlier today, Councillor Lloyd. So at the end of the day, maybe there will be something else matching that, or some more community and fundraising goals that can get it to a different level. At this point in time, maybe part of that 200,000 that is given as part of that condition is that there's a construction insurance on that going forward, so that the investment is protected. And because at this point in time, a bird in hand, I understand, yes, there's opportunity to finish off as indicated. We know what the final costs are. I see where you were going and your intent with that. But I believe that this council is, reason why we're hesitating is it's the elephant in the room. It's the other 16 halls that are out there. And as I've asked Ms. Graham earlier, what some of the contributions that have been to some of the halls previous, and it depends. These are smaller halls with smaller communities that are, working their volunteerism off a lot too. Not to say that the fair community hasn't either, but sometimes things just take a little bit longer. And so with that, so I'm wondering if that would open that up for more discussion. Councillor Lougheed, then I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, and I was almost sensing a motion was coming out of that, so perhaps I can suggest one where we extend the original amount that we had suggested as a grant to Farrier to continue their project, and not tie it to any other funding sources, other than to suggest that it would be prudent to have construction insurance as part of that moving forward to protect that public purse investment in that community. And that would be my suggestion in the form of a motion.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
There's already a motion on the floor, because I was gonna make two motions. One, that we go by 4:30.
Okay. We'll do that after.
And I can't make the other motion because there's already a motion on the floor.
Okay. So, Councillor Lougheed, would I say, if I could rephrase your suggestion, motion, that we grant $200,000 to the Farrier Community Association for their construction of their hall? And with the premise, I don't want to say precondition, because it's not a precondition, as you suggested. I mean, the intent is there for them to do the construction insurance in order to protect their investment. But maybe perhaps you have some better words for this. This is your motion. Go ahead. Councillor Lodge. Yeah.
I'm not sure how you want me to amend or revise the motion.
Okay.
Certainly, I can see, sure, currently in budget, 200,000.
Yeah.
With a contingency that they have construction insurance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
The addition of the construction insurance with the other addition of the fire alarm system will put us at least 30,000 short if we do get another CVIP grant. So.
Okay, Councillor Northcott.
I don't know, it just feels like this is just another Band-Aid on the project. It's not really totally gonna be, it won't completely fund the project. You know, there won't be a finalized building there that'll be completed and usable. So, yeah, I feel like it's just another Band-Aid. There was, from my other.
Yeah, Councillor Light.
Well, I would say that, of course, I'm extremely impressed by the efforts of that community to get this to this stage with the amount of funding they've had. I'm pretty confident that that community will step up and support the completion of the hall as well. As they see it nearing completion, I think it builds excitement in a community. I think it makes it much easier for that association to attract corporate donations, something that maybe there haven't been as much focus on that as there could be, or maybe this brings a bit more focus for that. I'm hoping that this is not only a supportive amount to this community, but also an incentive for that community to step up just a little bit more, although they have stepped up incredibly to get to this point. We know that this would be a valuable project for years to come. And I certainly would be pleased to see it be successfully completed.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Serhan? Oh, no, thank you. All right, so motion's on the floor. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Tie vote. It's defeated. Okay. Would you like to make your motion to go past 4:30?
Sure.
Okay, Counselor Cermak makes a motion to go past 4:30. All those in favor? It's carried, thank you.
And my other
Yep,
motion?
go ahead, Counselor Cermak
That
with your
council
motion.
receives a presentation presented of the Farrier Community Association for information.
There was no present, it was this one. That's present, this is the recommendation.
Today it was our community service, or community.
Oh, the staff
Yeah, that was from before.
must have been then, eh?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
I will withdraw that.
there you go. Okay. So just looking towards another solution for this. This can a few different times. Do we have another solution? Yep,
There's a lot of dollars between here and 589. I can keep going up by $5 a time with the motion.
there you go.
Yeah, but they're saying that they need $589. If you give them our 200, they still need $389. So I mean, that
Perhaps.
2,000 would hardly get it to lockup stage.
Okay, it is locked up. It is locked up,
But he said there's no heat in it.
understand. All right, Counselor Gibson?
Is the main floor and the mezzanine two separate places? Like, so if they finish the main floor, can the mezzanine be left and be completed later? Can be roughed in and like finished later?
It could, but it would mean contractors having to come twice.
So they wouldn't get an occupancy if they closed up the upstairs and just had the downstairs?
Here we go. Okay, I'm going to call a 5-minute break. Okay, welcome back. We just had a quick break. All right, continuing on with discussion or possible motions in regards to the Ferry Community Hall. Councillor Lougheed.
Before I float this one as a motion, I'll maybe just make a suggestion. With that, we had considered $200,000 as a grant. We know that is showing a shortfall from what we've described as $589,000. Is there a potential for us to offer the grant and then a loan guarantee or a loan for the balance? That way we're giving that community the tools they need to complete the project, and they are going to endeavor to repay that through a completed project moving forward. And it also gives us some additional solutions as we deal with the other 17 halls within the community as we move forward, that we're not going to be an outright grant source, but we will be supportive. And maybe this is one way forward in this dilemma. Before I make a motion, I just, because we run out of all the potential motions we could make if it's defeated one way or the other. So just a suggestion, maybe somebody else would even like to make that motion.
Okay. I guess I would look across the room to administration. Is that a potential outcome of doing a loan in this regard, doing a grant combination with a loan for the balance? I don't do the book work, so Ms. Serhan?
I was doing a little bit of reading on it today. I would like to do some more research, but there is some things that would have to happen, which I'm not sure if that's, I mean, maybe if the 200,000 got them to a certain amount of time, but there's a petition period and an advertising period and stuff like that that's legislated. So in order to have it come back to council and have all of the requirements done for that process, I'm not sure how long that would take, but I could certainly do some more reading on that.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We do an operating grant every year for our halls, right? Would we not then just be funding our own loan again? Like, so we give the grant for the 200 and then we give a loan out for the rest, and then wouldn't the $5,000 that we then give the community association in operating funding just be going to pay the loan that we offered? Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't see necessarily the point.
Okay. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, the loan payments could for sure I guess, be over the amount that's given for the operating loan and then the operating grant, and then the operating grant won't go to cover things like power and stuff that it was intended for. So, but at least they would have a hall to possibly have some fundraisers and do other things. I don't know.
But if we're turning around later and then having to make a decision to remove the loan and just say we're gonna eat the remainder of the loan, wouldn't it just be better for us to make that decision then today? And then they can move forward on a project or completing the project? Like, I don't know. It just seems like an extra step and an extra administrative burden for not much gain.
Councillor Gibson?
What do we take off the table to give them the funds that they require, though? There's gotta be a give or a takeaway from us before we can give them the funds that they require.
Do it, so you guys, the ones that voted against it, would have to be the ones that are coming up with what the give is. Because I motioned earlier to do it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that there would be a potential upside to the community in that there would be no limit on proceeding. That the building could be constructed while the grant application is being processed, and it could be open for business later this year.
right. So the suggestion has been put out. Is there someone willing to make a motion, or we need further discussion? I know we've attempted on a few different ideas. And understanding that coming from the different perspectives that we've heard today, some of the intent has been met, some of it hasn't, and at the end of the day, we have to ensure that in regards to, I believe that the intent of the $200,000 is, you know, we did decide that during budget, so to me, that amount is a given, but as far as the other 389,000, that's really what we're talking about today. It's not the 200, it's the 389 that's coming back. So, as Councillor Cermak has mentioned, you know, we have other 16 other halls. And I know of quite a few that would love this opportunity as well. So, but at the end of the day, we can't be everything to everybody either. So, I mean, we have these pockets. That's the benefit of having a large community, but how are we going to do this responsibly? So, Councillor Northcott, another suggestion.
Well, we've had multiple motions made on this topic. They've been defeated. Why are we still discussing this agenda item?
We either come to a resolution or we can move on. You can make a motion to move on.
You know what I mean? Like, we've had a significant amount of discussion on this. We've had multiple motions. They were defeated multiple times. Why are we still on such an agenda item?
As part of the process, that is a great question, and I would put it to you that we can just make a motion to move on. I have no problems if that's the case, but what is the will of this council? We want to find a solution, and if we don't, that's fine too.
Yeah, may I ask
C.O. Evans?
C.O. Evans for the legislative wording that would be required for that motion. Yes, please.
Of course, it's council's purview to approve or defeat. And at the end of the day, if nothing passes, it is defeated. The only thing I would respectfully suggest is I would ask council for clarification on releasing the 200,000. You know, we've administratively, it's our job to ensure tax dollars are protected and spent in a certain way. And is it council's direction to release that 200,000, period? And that would at least allow Farrier to utilize part of that money and get the CFIP. My assumption in that type of a motion would be then it's on them to make up the difference to have a completed project. But right now, we haven't released the 200,000 because, you know, we're looking for proof of insurance, we're looking for engineered schematics, which I understand are available. But those are the, if I may, tick boxes that we've been looking for. So just for clarification on that motion, Councillor Northcott is all.
Okay. Councillor Cermak.
Mr. Evans, have you seen all of this stuff yet from the Farrier that you need to move ahead with the engineered stamp drawings, an expense sheet and all of that, where the funds went and what has to be done yet to meet code?
I have not. Respectfully, Councillor Cermak, I'm not in every one of those meetings, actually very few of them, usually with my council. But I've been told by staff that they have not yet.
Ms. Graham?
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know Councillor Radcliffe has mentioned today that he does have stamped engineer drawings. We haven't seen them yet, but I'm sure he'll send those as soon as he can to us. The biggest thing is that the numbers that we have do not bring the building to code, and that was the direction that we received from council. So we would either have to receive numbers that say that the amount of money would bring it to code, or a different direction from council. So that's what we're waiting on. We know that the course of construction insurance is not there. And so if you would like us to grant the money without them having that, that's your decision to make. But that's our biggest holdup here.
So then we could make a motion saying that we want all the information given to you. That would guarantee that this project would go to completion and insurance and everything else be in place before we would release any of the monies.
So the expectation would be then the community association would get the numbers from their engineer to provide them to us? Is that what you're?
And so that you would have a guarantee that whatever we give, that it can go to completion, or at least verify that everything is in order.
Yep, that could be a motion, absolutely.
I don't want to be giving money out to something that isn't going to be to code even after it's built. We need the guarantee on that. I don't know how you word that motion.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Light.
Because I think that's a valid concern. I think maybe a few seconds on the debate. In order for them to get occupancy in this building so they can use it, which I think is the end result, it will have to
meet code.
I think that's a given at the end. I don't think it will be a building that sits there forever waiting for building permits or those statutory inspections to be completed. That's the end goal, I would think. But maybe that shouldn't be assumed, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm saying.
Okay. So in order to have those assurances, Councillor Cermak, then we would be looking at funding the full amount of $589,000 then, in order to assure that that building is to completion.
I'm not sure that yet.
Well, that's with the code occupancy, that's what those go hand in hand, so that's where we're at. So, is this something that, I know Councillor North.
But I just don't, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't want to put 200,000 into something that's not going to meet code.
Okay, so I guess for myself, I would like to just table this item to a future council until the documents are provided to Ag and Community Services that would satisfy the funding that would be necessary, and bring this back to a future meeting that we know that those
and that all inspections have been done up to date. That it
so
meets
under
everything.
the way it's been written in the background, there was inspections, correct, Ms. Graham? Yeah, as of like 2 weeks ago.
March, sometime in March.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, all right. So would that be this council's wish that we just provide the documents and bring this back to a council meeting for further discussion? Councilor Radcliffe.
Ms. Graham, has the community provided you with everything you've asked for?
Ms. Graham.
We have not received any financials from the community for what it's going to cost. We're given the blueprints that I gave them back today. They were not the stamped ones, but as you mentioned, you do have those in your files. We were not given the numbers. If we were given the numbers and it would have been built within budget, it wouldn't have been necessary to come to council. And I'm not sure if your engineer created those documents for you, or that was gonna be my question, is if the community association does not have those numbers, is it is it expected that the county is going to be paying an engineer to create them?
Okay, engineers don't usually provide quotes. Those come from the contractors. And in the presentation of last May, numbers were provided.
We were not provided with the documents from a contractor, from an engineer. There was the slideshow that was presented, but it wasn't official quotes, estimates. Our engineer does provide those documents to us, so we haven't received the official quotes, estimates, documents, no.
Okay. All right, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In an effort to try to again move us forward, I obviously want to see this project completed for the community, but it seems like people have more questions than answers. So how about just a generic, have the Farrier Community Association work with our admin to come up with solutions to bring this project to completion and bring those solutions back to council at a future date. I don't like the putting it off. I actually really hate that. It feels like I'm kicking the can, but I feel like we are not going to come to a resolution today.
All right, so motion on the floor. Did need any clarity in that motion? Look into administration. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so administration did meet with the community association a month ago in preparation for this item to come back to council. And really what we need is council's criteria on what is required to release this money. Like, is it just a list from the association saying, this is how our budget and this is how we think it'll get done and this is how much money it's gonna take to do it? Or do you need a professional to do that? We've hired a professional engineer to say what they think it will cost to finish this project is $589,000. If you want the community to sign a document saying that they'll do it within $200,000, is that gonna be sufficient? Or do you need a professional to say that this is actually what it's gonna cost?
Okay. Do you have a comment? You have your light on? No? Okay. As I was mentioning earlier, I think there were some assurances that some of the councillors were wanting to ensure that the stamped documents were I's are dotted, T's are crossed. I think that's where we were at on that. And I think that once that evidence has been brought up to administration, this motion can come back and we can have some assurances that this project can go to a completion, but as it is now, we can't be assured that this can be completed. So, Councillor Melhoff has got the motion on the floor for the Farrier community to work with administration. Is that, I would like you to repeat that to Ms. Councillor Melhoff for us. Drawing a blank, sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't know that it matters, because if they're looking for us to give them, administration to give us direction on what we want, we can't come to a consensus on what we want. So my motion was that the Farrier Community Association to work with administration to come up with solutions to bring this project to completion. But it doesn't sound like that matters, because it's administration that needs to hear from council what we need in order to release the funding. And we can't agree, because we've made several motions today that have been defeated to that. So that was my motion. I just don't know if it matters.
So,
Like, I don't.
so in that, several motions. So I guess where's our line in the sand in this? Because as, you know, I think we all want to find a solution to this. It's some sort of, but we also want to have some reassurances that go with that. So as Ms. Serhan has indicated, that's the only direction that administration needs, is what is our criteria? So, what do we need? I have suggested, there is a motion on the floor, so I think that's a vote on that motion first, and should it be defeated, then we're gonna go to another motion. Or we table this, offer some more information. Councillor Northcott.
I think now that representatives of the community hall have heard that, the finances were not given, like Ms. Graham didn't have the finances, didn't have the stamp drawings, and, they would have heard all the comments today, and maybe they could work with administration to have a future presentation again with all the information that was discussed today. So I think actually I would support your motion, Councillor Malhave.
Okay. Councillor Cermak.
Is there current insurance that the county supplies or the county insurance on this building?
Ms. Serhan.
There was insurance on the building that was demolished, property insurance, but there's no course of construction insurance. There's no insurance on the partial building that's sitting there.
So then we need that in a motion that there's insurance on this building if we're gonna give money to it. We gotta protect our investment.
So are you asking for a friendly amendment?
Yes.
That's not friendly? That's a change in the intent? Okay. Well, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
If I recall the motion correctly, the community association was gonna work with administration. That would probably be one of the details that could be discussed through all the comments that have been made during today's discussions over this,
Okay. That is, yes, there is no money being released at this time, Councillor Cermak. It's just merely an opportunity for administration to sit with the Farrier Community Association in order to come up with a solution in this regard it's basically come back to us with a plan. And I would hope that there would be those items that have been identified through this discussion today would come forth in those discussions and brought to the satisfaction of this council when it comes back. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, first of all, financials have never been requested other than the presentation that was made last May. So they can be provided. Safety Codes does not issue a building permit without seeing stamp drawings. And we do have a building permit that is running out. But if you want to see firm numbers, that means we have to go and get quotes from the different contractors, and the benefits of any volunteer work will be lost, because the contractor we're working with worked out very well because he simply worked by the hour until we got it done, and then the value as the volunteers never, showed up in those costs. So this would be a different approach.
Okay. Councillor Cermak.
So, Councillor Ratcliffe, how do you protect your investment without no insurance on the building?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
We would have liked to have gotten insurance, but the requirement for the second policy, if we could have gotten course of construction insurance, we would have that. It was reasonable, but the second policy that they demanded be included, we simply could not follow without having a contract for the entire construction.
Okay.
And the cost of it was quite high.
I could not let $2,000 worth of taxpayers' money be given to you without insurance on the building to insure our investment.
All right, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, part of the reason was because Corsa Construction was not purchased ahead of the build, and there was a requirement for geotech report, and without that report, of course, they're gonna charge a huge premium because they didn't know what the information was from that geotech report. So now that we have it, the application has to be resubmitted in order to find out what the new cost of that insurance would be.
Okay.
And the community association will have to fill out that application.
Okay, motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
No, I was just gonna say that there's been a significant amount of discussion that has taken place on this, and I was just gonna request that discussion cease and we move to a decision.
Thank you. Motion on the floor for admin to work with Ferry Hall, come up with some options for completion. Call a question, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay,
Sydney would like to say something.
all right, go ahead, Ms. Graham.
So that motion was just for us to work together, right?
Correct?
No, okay, sorry, I just missed it. We were trying to figure something out over here.
So the motion was for,
You just, oh, sorry,
yeah,
was there a vote on Councillor? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought there was just a vote on Councillor Northcutt's.
no.
Okay, so can I just request
Yep.
what you would like for us, what you guys do need? Like, do you need official documents from contractors? What do you guys need?
I need insurance.
Insurance, okay.
I think as discussed, Councillor Ratcliffe says that there's stamped engineer drawings somewhere. Geotech, whatever that looks like, the geotech report, whatever that looks like. And in order to bring it back to us to ensure that there is a solid plan going back, whether that be for, because we already discussed the $200,000 last year, it was not, that's a given, but you know, how are we going to go forward with a completed project? What does that look like? So, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to, or Councillor Loughy, then I'll go to Councillor Mallow.
Good.
Sorry, my fault.
I've hesitated to bring a spotlight on this, but in my experience, in council-based decisions, this is a new one for me. We've had delegations come forward, present the information they do, then we have a vote on a motion. In this case, we have a councillor which is recusing from the vote, but continuing to advocate and answer questions of council. I'm just unsure of the legislative process around that. It's highly unusual to me, and I've never had any experience with something to parallel this. And I, always want to make sure that when we make decisions of council, that we're doing them with true transparency and something that upholds the values of the community. And I just wonder if this is a little offside, but I just, maybe if the balance of council is happy with what it is, I shouldn't even bring a spotlight, but I just thought I'd ask the question for future reference. Is this a process? Obviously, administration hasn't directed us that there would be a problem with this, so I've allowed, or kind of haven't suggested it until now, but in deeper thought, how does this work?
I would offer that this has been the first of its kind, and knowing going forward, that this is maybe a great council conversation for when orientation comes in the fall, and with how this goes forward. I agree, it's been a bit of an offside, feels uncomfortable, and but we all have subject matter experts that we are all at this table have expertise around, so some of us know some of our areas more more intimately, and I agree with you. It's been one of those things that going forward. So go
And
ahead.
I always defer to the wisdom of the decisions made by this council, and I would never, suggest that they're flawed in any way, but I just sometimes wonder about a spotlight on the process. Anyway,
For sure.
not seeing any feedback from across the room, so.
Ultimately, this is our meeting, so anyways. Counselor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was gonna answer.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Graham, because the MGA is pretty clear actually on what you're suggesting. It actually is saying that any directorship and or partnership with a not-for-profit actually isn't subject to pecuniary interest rules, so he could sit here, debate it, and technically vote on it and not be in breach of the MGA. So,
And where does conflict come in there?
it doesn't. It's pecuniary interest that matters, and I don't necessarily think.
So when you,
I know,
okay,
I know. The only reason I stepped out for gas and have consistently stepped out for gas is because this council seems to be particularly touchy when it comes to any type of conflict. So I chose to make that decision. I step out of the conversation and I've stepped out of the vote, both. Technically, do I have to do that? Nope. Technically, I could have sat here the entire time because directorship on not-for-profits does not qualify for pecuniary interest. But I'm gonna answer Ms. Graham's question instead. But you asked what we need for this particular project. I need it built. I need it built, I need it functioning for the community, because a building that is not serving the community is not helpful. I want it finished. I want it built and serving the community. I know that that's not overly helpful for you, because that's not giving you a checklist that you need in which to proceed with, but I want it built.
CO Evans.
Thank
And
you.
then
And
Ms. Serhan.
if I may, the government of Alberta has expanded the definitions of pecuniary and actually included conflict of interest, and it doesn't have to be monetary. Saying that, what I've heard, we just got the email, Councillor Malhaff.
Okay, so it's not in this.
No, it's not.
So is it actually in legislation?
We were advised via email that the legislation is amended, but you wouldn't have an updated version of the MGA. So conflict is included now. They've expanded the definitions. Saying that, what administration will be doing is sitting with the Farrier Community Association, and what staff will be doing is working with them to provide the best information that can be gleaned through partnership and bring it back to council. And whatever level that achieves is what will be presented.
Thank you. Ms. Serhan.
Including a budget, I assume?
If it is an estimate provided by a local, that will be provided. If it is a qualified, tendered estimate, that will be provided. Truly, that's why I made my words very carefully, because it will be the best that in partnership is either willing or able to be provided to council to support this agenda.
Thank you. All right, so I'm looking across, is there any more information that is required from council? I think you've summarized it. I'm hoping we can just move on from this agenda item now that we've completed. We have Office of the CEO, 6.2.1. Councilor Ratcliffe sponsored motion, electors' questions. So I believe at this time, Councilor Ratcliffe, you can just read your motion and the information will come to us at the next meeting on pickup. So Councilor Ratcliffe?
I'll try and find it.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought this was coming for decision today, but this really comes from a discussion 2 meetings ago about taking the opportunity to get some questions answered by the community of what they want. The one that was suggested was, should we have an elected mayor? So one person that would be elected by the entire county that would hold that position for the 4 years. And other members of council may have other questions they would like to see answered from that way. One I had thought of is, could we get the silent majority to actually come out and say what they wanted on subdivisions? But it may be open to others. It's just an opportunity to, at very low cost, get more of that information from the community.
Okay. So as per procedure, Ms. Haight, this isn't for a back and forth. This is merely Councillor Ratcliffe's notice of motion for questions for plebiscite, correct?
Thank you. Yes, staff's recommendation is that this motion be referred to administration to prepare a report, a request for decision. There are some factors that may come into play regarding the particular question related to voters electing a mayor of the county. It's not certain if that will impact, how that will impact the number of councillors currently on council. And consequently, it's not certain if the wards, how the wards are divided, how that may be impacted. There's just a lot of research, I think, that needs to be done in order to bring council all of the information so that they can make an informed decision. Council does not need to pass a resolution for the question until June 30th. So there is time for administration to prepare a report along with the wording of the question, because legislation requires that it must be very specific, must be very exact, and possibly may require some legal review, because even though it's non-binding, it has to be presented to the voters in a certain way.
Okay. Thank you.
Wouldn't a lot of that work done after the decision was made, and after, like, the decision would really on how to proceed or how to implement that would be after there was an overwhelming number of the public that wanted to see that?
Well, if council were to make a decision as per the motion, that council include non-binding vote of the electors' questions in Clearwater County's municipal election, and that motion is passed, it will be in play, like council is bound by the resolution to include a question. And if that question is for the mayor, like I said, I don't know if council would have enough information to make an informed decision. But if they were to pass this motion today, and it has here questions to be selected by council, so I'm assuming that you're wanting the questions to be selected today as well?
Yeah, I thought that's what this was on the agenda for. Does anyone on any other of council have any questions they would like to see included in this fall's ballot?
Councillor Melov?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, the big one was the elected Reeve or mayor. That's the one I get asked the most about. That's the one that I think that it'd be important for us to know before a ward review, which is scheduled after the next election. So then having the information from the community in the plebiscite format will give us the information to do a proper ward review based on what the community wants us to do. Because I agree, I think that the ward boundaries and the number of councillors change whether you want an elected mayor or an appointed reeve. I think that it makes a difference. So I think we need that information in order to do an appropriate ward review and not have to do it all again if we change it in some way. So I don't know then if you need that today, or if then the motion is then to just put this back to administration to get more information and bring it back but this had been talked about for, I don't know, when did we start the negotiations with the village? Because that was one of the topics we talked about way back then. So I don't want us to miss a deadline for being able to put in a question either, because we already missed the deadline for a binding one for, that was what, January 1st was the deadline for a binding plebiscite question. So now the non-binding one is the end of June? You're saying we have till the end of June to come up with a non-binding one?
I don't believe that there is a binding referendum.
But you told us we missed the deadline to put in a referendum.
The deadline for making a decision as to whether council chooses to have the mayor elected by the voters must be done by December 31st, the year before the election.
But a question to go into
A question could be
at the end
done
of June.
anytime until the end of June 30th. And a resolution is all that's required.
Okay, so we have until the end of June to decide if we're putting a question in with the ballot box on October 20th.
Right. And certainly if, I mean, council can definitely discuss and vote on this. And I mean, it's just a staff recommendation to provide more information to council, but if council feels that that they're ready, definitely they can go ahead and vote on this motion today, if that's what they wish.
I know in talking with some of the other counties, so they do have an elected reeve mayor, but they have members at large for the rest of the county. It's not into divisions. So being as how we are such a large municipality compared to some of the ones that I was talking to, which are quite small, were quite small. That was another way of them doing their elected reeve. So at that point, but there are a lot of options out there. I agree. So I would imagine that if we decide to motion this today, that you would bring back some more information as to how to word that question by June 30th.
It totally up. Whatever decision they wish to make.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, I would like to make the decision then that council request administration to research the requirements and appropriate wording for a question to the public about having an elected reeve mayor.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any discussion on that motion? I have a question for clarification. Councillor Ratcliffe, this still would be a non-binding plebiscite, correct? Yeah.
Yes, that
but the question would still be.
that is the information I got from Municipal Affairs.
Very good.
Well,
Okay.
and just to clarify, like if the staff recommendation is that the motion is referred, when it comes back, when it comes back to council, council makes a decision based on the information that is presented by administration.
For sure.
Like it's not deferring this motion to, much later.
All right. All clear. Councillor Cermak?
So if Mr. Radcliffe wanted to make a motion right now to put that in, he could do that right now.
Councillor Ratcliffe could make the motion, the sponsored motion as it appears, that council, I forget what the wording is, that council include a non-binding vote of the electors question in Clearwater County's 2025 municipal election And as I understand it, today would be the day that council would select those questions. They would pass a motion to include those questions in a non-binding vote of electors. So,
So,
Final wording
Yes.
come back.
So you didn't want to make the motion today, that's
No.
kind of
want-
the impression I
Yes,
got.
I did
That you
make the
wanted to
motion.
make the motion to put it on the ballot.
would like the wording.
there's,
Yes, to prepare the wording to go on the ballot.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It's not how I understood it.
Okay, all right. So the motion's on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in clarity on the motion, the clarity is to bring back the wording for the question in preparation of putting this question on the ballot.
No,
No, cannot do that?
you can either vote on the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe presented today, or you can refer that motion to administration. And then administration will bring back more information. And then you vote on the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe presented today. So you have two options.
Right.
You can either vote on the motion as it's listed in the
the
form there. You vote on that council include a non-binding vote of the electors' questions in Clearwater County's 2025 municipal elections, questions to be selected by council. And I understood that you wanted to have council select questions today.
Yes.
So those
we have
questions
one
would be
question,
included in the motion.
and I included that in the motion.
And, or your other option is to refer this motion
Yes.
to administration for them to bring back more information to council. And then council, at that time, then council will vote on this motion.
Or we vote on the motion he made.
Or, exactly, you have two options.
Well, that would be the third option, because you made a motion 2 minutes ago. Don't we vote on
Yes.
that one? Which is a little bit different than both of the two options that were just presented. Right? Can you restate the motion you made a couple minutes ago?
Probably
For
not.
clarity?
Yes, the motion was to request administration to research the requirements and prepare appropriate wording for a question on this fall's ballot about having an elected reeve or elected mayor rather than an appointed one.
Okay.
And I may have said it appropriate wording, but
Okay. Appropriate?
thank you, Janet.
Okay. Motion is on the screens for clarity. Any more comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, moving on then to reports. We have the CO report for 7.1. Go ahead, CO amendments.
Thank you, Reeves Swanson. Council, the April 8th, 2025 CO report. The EV charge station update. eVenture Northwest Alberta is a community-driven collaborative program seeking to build a level 3 EV charging network across west and central Alberta. This project includes a charging station being installed at the Discovery Center in Nordegg and has been put on hold for the time being. The funding partner that was in place for the project has stepped away. At the EV Advisory Committee meeting in March, it was stated that other funding options are being pursued to achieve the project completion. The BYLAWS School Division and Clearwater County Joint Use Planning Agreement, otherwise known as the JUPA. So the update, on February 25th, 2025, the JUPA survey was a part of the CO report prior to being released to the public. On March 3rd, 2025, Clearwater County posted the survey on the Clearwater County website and advertised on social media. Wild Rose School Division posted on their website, directing people to our website to fill out the survey. The survey closed on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. There were 31 responses. Clearwater County staff will be meeting with Wild Rose School staff to discuss the results and make amendments to the draft JUPA according to the feedback received from the survey. The draft JUPA will then be presented to Clearwater County Council and the Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees for feedback. If amendments are required, they will be made, passed through legal, and presented to Council and the Board of Trustees for approval.
Any questions on the report? Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the report forward. My question is relating to the electric vehicle charging station. I don't understand there's some challenges with following through with that project. Would there be an opportunity for administration to bring back some of the potential solutions to that? Maybe one of them being Clearwater County move forward and construct something like that as a public service. And with the added perk of being a tourist attraction for our developing hamlet. So maybe if that would be something that could be done in the time available, knowing that you have very little to do other than that. But I know some work has been done on it, so hopefully there is a way to expedite a decision around that, and if we can be helpful as a council in that, would be more than pleased to step up and do that.
So that could be form of a motion? Could that be in the form of a motion? Sure. Okay, Councillor Lougheed, would you make that?
Do you need a motion? Then yes,
Thank you.
I would motion that administration bring information relating to the construction of a EV charging station, level 3 charging station in Nordig at a future council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Now looking for a motion to accept the CO report for information. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Now moving on to 7.2, the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report from March 2025. Any comments or questions? Or Councillor Lougheed? Did you?
Sorry,
okay.
no.
Nope. All right, looking for a motion to accept the report. Or any questions? Okay. Councillor Melhoff makes the motion to accept the report. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to 7.3, the broadband project report from March 21st, 2025. Looking for any comments or questions or a motion to accept the report. For information, Councillor Cermak.
We sure have a bunch of speeders in this county.
Oh.
Just about double the speed limit. Ridiculous. I hope they got their license suspended.
So, would you move to accept the
Pardon?
broadband report? Thank you. We're on the broadband report.
Yep.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item 7.4, I'm going to make a motion that we table the verbal council reports until the next meeting in order to take some time. So, actually, I would actually request if we could just do our verbal council reports once a month, maybe at the end of the month, the last meeting, so we're not, unless there's something urgent.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, but that'll be up for discussion then. So, but for today, I will make the motion. Yeah, today I'll make the motion to push it to the the April 22nd meeting. All those in favor? And that's carried, thank you. Looking at correspondence, we have 4 letters in correspondence. A couple from Minister McIver regard to Fire Services Training Program and the changes to the Local Authorities Act. A letter from the AUC in regards to the interest in persons file, and of course, our Clearwater County letter to the AUC submitted on March 31st. Any other questions or comments? If not, looking for a motion for correspondence. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah, on the letter for the fire grant, I was just wondering how much of the actual annual training cost that $5,000 covers?
Good question.
2 days? 1 day?
Half a day.
Oh, okay.
Well,
all right.
Very, yeah, very thankful for the amount that we got. I agree. So anyways, Councillor Ratcliffe, would you make that motion to accept for correspondence?
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe makes the motion for that. All those in favor? And that's carried. No notices of motion. I believe CO Emmons, we've ticked all the boxes today, except for the last one. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? Thank you. And it's Tourism Week. Have some fun.